Hello, what's good, and welcome to another season of College Deadlock. It's your boy F. Dot, joined here by Soren, and we are going to jump into a brand new season. Soren, it's been a minute. Glad to see you, bud.
Yeah, we started off season 1 together, so we're 2 out of 3 so far. There was a season 0 that we missed, but hey, we're here in season 2, bringing you the first couple of matches that we get here on broadcast at College Deadlock. Tonight, our first match is between two teams who are new this season. They're going to be in our group 3. We do actually have kind of seeding this season, so we won't hopefully get as many stomps as we did previously, but we got Macalaster Esports versus the Champlain Champions today.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. Like Soren mentioned, we've got a little bit of seeding coming up. We've got a bunch of teams. We've divvied them up, so we should have some even matches. Champlain's going to be represented by the Door, Red Hair, Saren, V9, Ibuprofen, and the Goofy Goober. And Macalaster over on the other side, it's Paradox, Tarbo, Kaya, Miele, and Satu, and Sunny. And this should be fun. Like we said, later on, we've actually got some returning teams, but for right now, some brand new rookies to the College Deadlock scene.
Yeah, and this is group 3. These are the lower ranked colleges. So the average for this lobby is approximately low Archon, high Emissary. So we're gonna expect to see some chaos here. You know, it gets kind of crazy when we get into what more average players might be like in Deadlock. But as you said, later tonight we'll get into the returning teams. Those guys are up in the top. They're some of the better colleges that we have in the running this season, and so we'll get to see both sides of the game tonight.
Yeah, the Aggies show up, and then we'll see UNL teams with strong esports programs kind of like across the board, so no surprise to see them jumping into the deep end as far as Deadlock is concerned. But even on the other side of the pool, like, that's one of the cool things as we get ready for our draft here is that schools of all different skill levels. So if you're over in your campus and you've got some friends that play Deadlock, jump on the call. Maybe you find out yourself on Season 3. Right off the bat, though, Champlain, they're going to take away Yamato. So some of that laning prowess that she brings. Apollo version 0.0. She's going to be banned out here today.
Yeah, we've recently been seeing a bit of a tank meta in Deadlock. If you haven't been keeping up with the pro scene, we've seen a lot of these characters like Yamato, Shiv, Abrams, Billy be really at the top of the draft priority. So seeing Yamato go, who's really been climbing up there among those 4, not too shocking. And then Macalaster going to go with a Lash ban instead. I believe there's someone on Champlain who plays a decent amount of that, so that's probably a targeted ban at Veggie.
Lash, of course, always just does the Lash thing. Even still, today, you still have to worry about getting out. Yes, everybody can just hide from the ult, but that means you got to run away, and it definitely has an impact that you've got to deal with, sure. So target ban or otherwise. And that's something, as we talk about the differences between skill levels, that's something that you want to look at, and it's going to lead me directly to my conversation about first pick Drifter, is that there are certain characters, what they do is more effective at different levels of play. Drifter's looking to isolate individuals, and, well, it's easier to catch somebody lacking here than it is maybe at a more coordinated level.
Yeah, and that's going to be especially powerful when you've got the ultimate, the Eternal Night online, because the top teams, they played against Drifters before. They know how to communicate and tell each other who's safe and who's not. Probably not going to be as on top of it are these teams, and also when we talk about lower ranked teams, we're looking at the hero pools and which heroes you can play. It's a little bit more narrow, and that's more important than strictly the meta a lot of the time. So while I can talk about how we're in a certain heroes are good, it ultimately just comes down to what these guys can play. And so Drifter first pick, I mean, I'm here for it. And then Abrams on the other side, a little bit more standard, but if Macalaster can pull it off, that's certainly going to be strong.
Yeah, that is, like you said, the Abrams is a standard early pick. What you said rings true. You look at some of the other competitions, and we see that sort of like core of the draft kind of prioritized and then fill in the carries a little bit later. This is a team that's like, give me the good stuff. I want my Infernus? Sure. And I want my Drifter. We're going to enable our carries and see if they can do it. And I'll tell you right now, I love that you brought up, there's a meta, there's a common way of doing things, but you got to do what you're good at. And if Champlain thinks that they can play through their carries, prioritize that. You got to trust your teammates.
Yeah, and we're seeing a Mo and Krill now picked up for Macalaster. And that's going to certainly help against this Infernus. We've been seeing the Dash Infernus kind of pick up in popularity as opposed to like the Ricochet Afterburn sort of builds. So if that is what Champlain are planning on, Northern Pearl's going to be a wrench in the work for them, but also just a beefy frontline here for Macalaster coming out. And that's going to be tough against the Infernus. But, I mean, the beefy boys can certainly do it. And there's a third one coming in for Champlain.
Another heavy hitter, Victor, showing up. I mean, yes, they want their carries. Here he is. Victor's here to do it. And just a very different approach from where Macalister is going with their two heavy front lines. And more interesting to me than the tankiness of these characters is the control they offer. I mean, Abrams is just control 101. He's going to slam you. He's going to jump on top of you. He's just going to deal with you. And then, of course, Maurice over there just going to hit you with the combo and really make all of these carries very stationary. So, yeah, I think Infernus, Dash Infernus, he's got to be afraid, but kind of so does everybody else right now. And it's up to Champlain as we jump into the second half of the draft to really, A, limit the type of carries that Macalister have access to, and 2, make sure that they get some control on their side.
Yeah, that CC is certainly an important factor, enabling some of these Abrams Billy type picks. Yamato kind of the exception there, but she just does great damage and can avoid the CC. But also an important factor that we see in a lot of these brawly bruiser type comps is the support up. And now Macalaster have picked that with the Page, who's fantastic in that role, can dish out the barriers to all sorts of people who might be getting dived by like a Drifter or an Infernus. She's got the ultimate as well, stun things up, give some heals to the whole team. So a solid pickup here for Macalaster. I'm liking their first half of the draft here. They just kind of got to make sure that it doesn't go too late. Otherwise, I think Champlain are going to outscale them with Victor, Infernus type of heroes. So may look to see Champlain try and stall things out.
With that in mind, yeah, we've got sort of like this. We've got the rhythm section, so to speak, for Macalister, right? So who's the lead singer? What carries do you, excuse me, what carries do you want to see Macalister lean on?
I want to see them get some of these carries online. Like they've got options open to them in the second half of this. Wraith still available. Mina, a strong pick as well. Trying to think back through some of the things that I've seen recently pop off. A lot of the new heroes are the sort of carries, but they are not allowed so far in the season. We'll get to that probably later on, but none of the 6 new heroes are going to be allowed for tonight in particular. So no, they're available to them.
No option for Bebop or Ivy as well, and no surprise there on Bebop. I think he's everybody's most hated robot, so no pull for the Bebops tonight. And now all of our bands locked in. Macalister thinking about which direction they want to go as far as aggression is concerned. And then on the other side, Champlain, it's almost opposite drafts here. As the big man comes through, Dynamo. So more control for Macalister. Of course, he brings a ton of damage as well, so he'll be able to do a little bit of both and have the longest ult cooldown in the game.
Yeah, you better hope that Champlain don't have a Sinclair under their belts, because Sinclair here would honestly go really insane against Macalister's draft. We've got the double supports, a lot of beefiness there. Champlain pick up the Doorman. That's going to help at least take out, some from make sure that they can't insert their beefiness into the fight. But yeah, you've got all damage versus all health bars. So this is certainly an interesting draft so far. Again, really want to see Macalister pick up some damage here in the last half. Wraith, Geist, even a Haze could go hard here against the squishiness of Champlain. Not so much against Victor, but like the other 3 are fairly killable if you get the right engage with your frontline.
That's kind of exactly where I was thinking. Just go some of the raw. Haze kind of have some trouble in the turbo late game, but if everybody across the way is going to be squishy, then you don't have to play the turbo late game and you can just do it. So Great Talon showing up. Don't think Grandpa's going to be the tank here. So again, Champlain still leaning on that aggression. At this point, we've got to ask if this is going to be the issue, right? Like, not a lot of control here for Champlain. They've got a trap and the trolley cart, and that's kind of it, really. So that's my biggest concern off rip, is the lack of battlefield control for Champlain.
Yeah, they've got a bit of tankiness, they've got a bit of CC. Doorman is fantastic in that department, but they're split up onto different heroes. Like, you've got Victor, who wants to be in there and, be the front line, but he's going to take a while to get there. And then Doorman, who wants to CC, but then who's going to follow up? So can you get your pieces working together here for Champlain? Because kind of everything at once needs to be there, whereas McAllister have some more well-rounded individual heroes. You know, Abrams has good CC, but he's also got decent damage at the moment. Paige can do CC and support. Dynamo's CC and support. And now the 7 that they've picked up also has a stun. So all 5 members so far have a decent amount of control in these team fights. And then 7 is also going to be dishing out the damage exactly like we said we wanted to see from McAllister.
It's just going to be very hard for Champlain to fight into McAllister. I know, like, that is the full analysis. It's just going to be very difficult for them to do what they want to do. There are a lot of roadblock blocks, a lot of hurdles, a lot of divots, a lot of holes in the ground, and Champlain have to maneuver around it. The last pick is going to be very, very important. I want to see a full style support. Warden being thought about here for McAllister, which is going to be a good look. I think they play a bunch of Warden as well, if I'm not mistaken. Sonny on this team plays a bunch of Warden, so we've got players comfortable on characters that they enjoy playing. We've got players with all the tools in the world, and then Champlain, they've got 5 hammers. They're looking for a nail. Here we go. Last pick is going to be Billy.
That's Billy picked up.
There
Billy
it
is a
is.
fantastic frontliner in the meta, and that's going to help you drag in some of these targets from McAllister. The question is if he can stand up to the CC, because if he does get trapped down and that's your only frontline in the fight gone, that's going to be a real problem for Champlain. But you've got plenty of damage to back him up, so this last pick kind of rounds out the draft, at least to make this playable, I think. You've got a lot of damage. Your question is going to be if you can get this Victor farmed up even more than the 7 and the Warden on the other side. That's going to be a big battle in the economy about who can get the most farm, because 7 and Warden, you know that they're going to be clearing that farm super fast, and they're going to be a late game threat. Victor can outscale them in the hyper late game, but when we hit around the time most games end, that kind of 30-35 minute mark, and where you get a lot of your peak items online, I do think 7 and Warden are actually just a little bit better. So, I mean, Champlain here have a very interesting timing to their comp.
Not only just the timing, but and let me tell you right now, I didn't really like the comp up until the Billy came in, and now I understand it, and I don't dislike it anymore. But what it is, Soren, it's an all-inner, right? Like, it's all you get one shot. Billy gets the big ult, and all of your carries blow people up, or you die. Whereas across the way, McAllister has a lot of different options. Dynamo goes in for the big one. Oops, didn't work out. Guess what? Here come the horses. Everybody's knocked up. Mo and Krill throw sand in everybody's face, and you have to deal with all of these issues. Champlain get the pull or they don't. That's going to be really, really troublesome if it doesn't work out. So Champlain have to really pick their spots correctly. They have to identify their power spikes. They can't take a fight that's a maybe. They can only take fights that are absolutely yeses. And this sounds negative, but all of this can totally be winning strategy, Soren, if, like you said, they're able to keep up in the economy.
Yeah, the big question mark, the weakness of McAllister here is that you really only got 2 sustained damage sources in this comp in those last 2 of Warden and 7. If those 2 players can't individually have a fantastic game here, your whole game plan kind of falls apart, because Abrams, while he does good damage, isn't going to be able to do it on his own. Same with Dynamo. Mo and Paige, not really well known for their DPS. So you have to have this Warden and 7 get off to a good start and continue to stay relevant throughout the game. Have to be taking fights with them so that you can be using the rest of your comp to set them up. So if Champlain can shut those 2 players down early, I believe you were pointing out the players that it's likely to be Sonny and Tarbo. If they can shut down those 2 players, then it's going to be really rough here for McAllister. So hopefully Champlain kind of recognize that in this comp, that hey, they've only really got these 2 guys that can do damage. If we can just target them in the fights, might have a shot here.
Yeah, got to be surgical about their choices, whether it's big all-in team fights and everybody surrounding Billy and making sure he's able to get his stuff off, or if it's just making sure target prioritization. If you do go into those fights and make a couple of trades, well, if you trade, I mean, pick 2 of the carries. They're all carries, right? You lose 2 of your carries for Maurice and Blueberry. You lost the trade. But if you're able to take down the Warden, if you're able to take down the 7. All of a sudden, now you're finding the correct way to do things. Not all characters on the map are going to be worth the same, not just in souls, but as far as just like who is getting that farm. You know, I don't mind if your carry, I don't mind if your supports are getting too fat, but if your carries are 10k souls up, all of a sudden I can't defend the urn. I can't go ahead for the walkers that I'm looking for, and it changes the entire way that the battlefield is working. So as we get into our first game, players are getting ready, everything locked and loaded. Champlain Esports and McAllister, new to our scene. So give them a welcome. Very cool to see them jump up here. And like I said earlier, you know, if you guys are watching the program, you have some friends over on your campus at home, jump in. We got a season coming up after this one. You guys can be a part of it as well. Champlain and McAllister. They weren't here last season. They're here this season. And of course, we hope to see them next season as well. But they got to play their games first. And I think we're jumping in a matter of moments. We've got 2 in front of us, so it should be cool. And like we said, we know their battle plans. Champlain, they want to farm these carries up and then pick their battles correctly, specifically. McAllister, they might be able to fight a little bit more. They can definitely defend a little bit more. I'm eager to see, Soren, if Champlain gets active early, if McAllister's able to like keep him away, or if this onslaught is going to be a little much in the early.
Another question. So you can talk about theory all you like, but if these teams play a better macro game, almost no matter what the comp, if they're doing the urns at the right times, being in the right places, getting off effective games, that's almost certain. That's positive. It's going to be about who can make the fewest mistakes and who knows their
Right side lane, the furnace over here. You watching, see how quickly he gets online. 21 characters, quickly. But it's going to be against the 7 and the Warden, who lane pretty well. 7's one of the more annoying characters to lane against because he just sort of tosses the lightning ball off and walks away.
Yeah, I like what McAllister have set up.
We won't falter!
They've got a support and their carry. Typically how you like to set up both those people. Have someone who can deal out damage, someone from the way back. Got more of a system. I never gave to say all lanes already, but security players find a good way and not good are the most relevant ones there, the most important caliber. Whereas Champlain are spread out. Have a little bit of hopefully recognizing it.
You have no place to go!
But if Gordon can get his ult online and be backed up by the cage, Billy and Infernus is one that I really got a very winnable lane. You just have to play.
This is the one. Would you say you have to play with aggressively?
You have to play it around the enemy. If your Inferno goes in at the wrong time and gets Dynamo knocked up into a 7 stun, that's going to be Deadly Inferno. So if you bait out those cooldowns and then get in, you got to use the cloud effectively.
I want to bring it back to something you said about the mid lane because I think that's important. Having the big boys here from McAllister, right? Not really a stall lane, but it's just not going to get pushed. It's also not going to get pushed in, and I think that's the key here. You know, you lose this mid lane, well, then you can rotate left. If you win the mid lane, you can rotate left or right. So you have options. So you want that mid lane. McAllister wants their mid lane to be a little bit more stalwart. That's where they put their big guys here, so that they might not win in this, but they're not going to lose it and risk that easy rotation from Broadway. So definitely something that they want to keep in mind.
Yeah, if they do end up winning, both Abrams and Mo and Krill are solid gankers. Like, they can rotate out to these outer lanes and get some really effective work done in a short amount of time and then rotate back. So that mid lane going to be another potential pressure point here if either team can get a solid advantage.
Early moments here. Nothing too crazy as far as our spread is concerned. every once in a while, especially here in the more chaotic ranks. Sometimes you'll see like an odd pick. It's so easy to take one step too far and just find yourself in no man's land. But some disciplined play coming out here, and I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, I mean, I think both these teams are playing things a little cautiously. We saw a couple of frozen waves early on. I think both these teams are just not wanting to be the ones to make a mistake in their first collegiate deadlock appearance. You see a couple of cooldowns now baited out, and there goes the Infernus in getting something done. This is exactly what I said they needed. 7 down already to half HP. And that's really the first big HP kind of trade that we've seen in lane so far.
Yeah, the first real pseudo engagement. Of course, that'll have ramifications later on. Now 7 just can't step up, can't be as comfortable as he was earlier in lane. Got to keep that one in mind. A little bit of trading going on in the mid. But again, these guys are tankier. You got the resilience on Abrams, so not too concerned. Whereas on the right side, 7, half HP or not, has to keep pushing up this lane. And that's the key here for Champlain. Like, should they be over-aggressive? No, never. But like we said earlier, bait out those cooldowns and then hit the gas. Well, you need to be hitting the gas for this to work out. And so far, Champlain are absolutely doing this on the east side of the map. Oh.
Yeah, and they've even found time to get Infernus the bridge buff. That's going to be Gun getting off those extra afterburns for additional damage. Very useful against the healing that Dynamo can provide. And now an engage here. Let's see if we can get anything.
Low HP on the left-hand side, and so Billy's going to go after the Dynamo, making sure there's no line onto the Infernus. Now this is going to look towards the right side, and not in kill range, but doesn't want to dance out here much. Plays behind the sign, shoves out a little bit. And we're back at lane equilibrium. Good job there, playing under duress from the 7. Could have went pretty bad, but Dynamo winds up waddling away, and well, we're back at it again.
Yeah, and crucially, Tarbo's actually got this ultimate online one wave before everyone else. Some good box runs, I think, in there. And so if they get aggressive here, going in, could find something with the Storm Cloud, but here in mid, not quite as much. There's the Storm Cloud, tries to find something, nothing going on, but over here in mid, they have started up. The boys trying to get in the punches. And it's actually able to come back after a nice parry from the door.
I love to parry an Abram. Somebody needs to parry here. Drifter with 20 HP. Make it none. First blood goes the way of McAllister. Ibuprofen walking up a little too far. Gonna have a headache after that one. And so now you got to look at the rest of the lane. What happens here? Now the Drifter falls out.
Well, you just saw the ultimate used from McAllister. Both Aaron M and Paradox Lover popping the last stand and the rallying charge respectively. It was answered by the Baroness Hotel to try and lock away some of that warden damage, but it was already too much onto Ibuprofen. So now, let's see what they can do. The Dynamo Black Hole comes in. Goofy Goober goes down a little bit too deep on the Bailey, and of course 7's got the damage to be able to finish that one off. Now looking for something onto the Infernus, who's got the charge, the ultimate entanglement, not quite there. You saw him lining up for it, but just a little bit too late. So the big damage coming in from Infernus, but he's rather low himself. Maybe he just needs to back off here.
Oh, he's going to go in. Well, maybe he does need to, but he decides against it. There's a little more onto the Dynamo. Gets nothing, though. Good enough. And he's chilling. He's hanging out. No sustain in the item bag just yet, so this is a little... But look at that. Oh, he's alive! 1 HP, they got to look for the punish. No, and this is the smart move. I think a lot of players, you know, in your ranked games, you see that 1 HP, you want to go chase. No, the game's about economy. It's about the stuff after the stuff. Shove them out. It's not a kill, but it's like a knockout. I take your small camp. See you later.
Yeah, Miele and Tarbo both having to go back to base to reset to full HP. I believe Tarbo at least used the zip boost, so if they get a kill onto him, it's going to be longer before he can get back in that lane. But as we're here past 8 minutes, the center sacrifices are up. I want to see these teams start to focus those down, because that is a major source of souls, especially here in the early game. So far, just Billy taking his own, all the rest of them up on the map. So if you get that wave pressure, if you get a kill even, you can start to pressure those instead for an 8-minute Guardian, which is a little bit early, at least for this level.
Warden and Seven are pretty rich, and Warden has been rotating a bunch in the jungle as well to embolden those coffers. The Drifter here pushing up on the left side. He's be able to get away from the Warden. Mid lane a little bit of a tussle, but Champlain able to walk away as well. Meanwhile, a lot of pressure on the right side is what we're looking at as well. So all told, almost 10 minutes in and about a tie game. Slight lead here for McAllister after some success in lane. Getting the first blood across the way onto the Drifter player. And now as a result, they've got to find that next push. Drifter getting pushed in one more time. Paige going to go ahead and help out. And out of the hotel, everybody's going to be safe. A little bit of dash away. And Warden's easy peasy out of there. 25 HP, but he's got a dream.
That's an ultimate 4-1 ultimate. I think you're happy there if you're Saryon just to trade off those things. Victor now under a bit of duress. Gets the barrier, though, from Reactive Barrier. Nice purchase pickup. So that'll mean that that engage comes to nothing. But wow, this left side Guardian took a lot over time from the Drifter and Doorman combo, so that one will finally fall. And that's a first Guardian. Despite the first blood going the way of McAllister, first Guardian goes to Champlain.
Stole the words out of my mouth. Yeah, that's crazy to see him kind of come back from that. Obviously, it was just one death. It wasn't the end of the world, but Drifter and Doorman kind of getting back into that. A huge deal for Champlain. This ever so slight 3-4K soul lead, basically. This would have been a different story if not taken there. However, Infernus is trying to make it home, and he's going to run into bad guys on the way. Dynamo ult is good, and from behind, Tarbo shows up, puts it down. But the trade is strong. Dynamo falls as well. Billy Goat stunned on his own tower here. And mid lane's a little troublesome as well. So all the action going on in mid, but we've got the 1v1 with Billy chased under his tower. And Seven's on the hunt, ignores it, and just, all right, getting some farms. Smart man. We will walk away. No, not. Throws down the lightning ball. Gets the kill from a distance. Tarbo over Goofy Goober.
The Healbane proc there for Billy almost gave him a chance of getting out alive, but little box running on the chase down, and Tarbo is able to finish that one off. He's now almost up to 10k on the set, exactly where you want your carry to be. So looking good in the long game here for McAllister, as we've got a 3v3 over in mid lane, leaving Warden to solo against this Drifter. Then you kind of like that matchup, even if Drifter does get the extra damage for solo. Paradox Lover is up by about 1,000 souls, and he comes in with the last stand. No Baroness to meet him this time, and that'll be Ibuprofen needing a bit of his own medicine.
Second death for the Drifter player, and Warden comes on out. He'll get a kill, and it looks like he'll go ahead and get the first structure in lane for his troubles as well. Good job, Warden. And McAllister now kind of positioning themselves to look for a larger lead. We're going to fight here on the right side one more time, chasing down that successful Seven. Billy and Infernus here, and honestly ready to dance. Seven is very rich, but the 2v1 would absolutely be a good look for them. Unfortunately, it wiggles away for now. But all this pressure on the right side is still here, and the yellow team's going to look for their structure.
Yeah, and they're probably going to find it here before Dynamo can come back in. Would like to have seen a bit of pressure there in mid while Champlain were rotating over to the left side to deal with this Warden, but that's only going to start coming in now. And actually, McAllister hold on to their Guardian here on the right side. They even get the kill onto Infernus. V9 is down, and so now this could be a turnaround for them in this lane. Big
mistake from Champlain. And, like, it feels small, right? Just like, oops, I took 2 centimeters too far, and I got punished for it. It's just one death. But the game is built off of small moves like that. Tarbo able to take down the structure and wiggle out again. No punish. No punish whatsoever. A great assault here from McAllister, getting it done.
Yeah, no, that's gone McAllister. That Guardian is hanging only by a sliver, so I imagine the next push here, someone will be able to force it out. The question is if they can trade it for a kill. And the other question is what's happening here in this mid lane, because McAllister have had 3 members here for quite a while, and if they aren't getting any sort of pressure off of this, then the only thing they're doing is splitting the souls with an additional person, which does make that math work out slightly less in favor. But if they can make up for it here on the right side, Tarbo going in deep, trying to find these kills, does find Goofy Goober. He's burning but not quite going to be able to find the finish off is V9, so they get a kill here for free, and now Warden's joining in on the fun.
One for the ultimate. Infernus getting run down here will avoid the Warden. But not the bullets! Tarbo sits out for 30 seconds, and Champlain looking for something in the mid now. This would be a moment to go for it. Grey Talon, very quiet all game. Now is time to wake up, my friend. Watch out. Warden from the right-hand side has last stand available and is going to be a big deal. You also see the Dynamo showing up. No, for him, though, got to keep in mind. Last stand's able to push onto the tower. Success. And now we look for the fight. Drifter running. And the rest of McAllister got what they came for. Structure down. We'll walk away.
They're giving up something else, though. They've had 5 members here in the mid lane while Tarbo is down, and Doorman just nearly soloed a Walker. He's over here. He's going to pay his life, but, I mean, that's backdoorable. Like, that is a very early Walker take, and so we talked about the macro game kind of at the start of this game. Giving up free Walkers, certainly not what you want to be doing there, but they do at least get the kill on the exit and a Guardian for their troubles. You're still in that, but, man, that was a close one.
What I'm seeing here is speed of application. Like, you'll see the higher ranked teams, higher ranked players. You see that's one of the differences. Like, oh, guess the rank of the game. How quickly they decide to do something, stick to, and leave. So McAllister, they make great choices. I think they're playing a stronger macro game than Champlain, almost. The thing is, they have the right ideas, Soren. But then they hang out for too long. They, like, if it doesn't go their way, they're still there. Like, you kept mentioning how many people they had in that mid lane, and they didn't get it. You show up and you make the play, and if it doesn't happen, you got to leave. Otherwise, Doorman by himself brings your Walker down to 1 HP.
And so that's going to be a question. Ulster can make the right play and then readjust. They've still got 3 people here in mid lane to fend off the 3 from Champlain. Fights breaking out in mid and left sides as we've got the 2 carries over on the left, but the parry nicely done by the door once again onto this Abrams, but he is well statted here to be able to take this engagement. And now a Bird not finding anything either, so both these engagements out with just a handshake and a walk away.
There's pressure on the right side, but there. Instead, it's going to be a 4-2 split, 4 in mid, while Champlain is completely split 3 and 3. No push in mid. McAllister will spread. That is the right call. They showed up and they looked for something. They realized they couldn't, and so they immediately walk away. That's what they didn't do earlier, and they got punished for it, Soren. So learning every minute of the match, you'll love to see it.
Yeah, and Champlain nearly committing the same mistake as McAllister did earlier. That Walker went down to almost half HP just from the minions. Maybe if Sunny had stuck around, would have been able to do something there, but just not quite enough information on the map. I would love to see them at this point, McAllister, take the urn. They've got 6k lead. They've got decent waves. If you can grab this urn and take it over to the other side, that's a free 3,000 souls and some stats to boot. If you can just grab it and walk it over.
That's the motion. A lot of times, a lot of people find mid-game going, you do. That's what you do. The urn call you like the Green Goblin mask the second you have a small lead, and you got to choose when you actually answer the call. Call placed, and it will be chased out. No full commit, and I like that choice. I think if Warden runs down there, bad things happen. So again, I complimented the discipline before, and I'm here doing it one more time.
That is what it's going to take to close out this game from either side, is knowing when you can engage and when you can't. We've talked about the importance of the right targets here for Champlain. So far, they just need a little bit more on to Tarbo. Catch him in the farm, get something going together. But right now, It's them getting caught. Red hair. That's a GT down. Quantum, or a black hole, rather. Singularity not quite finding anything. That's a long cooldown gone, but McAllister's still up on the map. They've taken their last Guardian. Now just looking for something, looking for a little bit more here in this right lane.
McAllister definitely in position now. This is the first medium lead turned into something tangible. McAllister are able to just look for an objective and fight head to head and trust that they have the upper hand in set engagement. But very pushed up is this right side from Yellow. Champlain going to get in some trouble as 3 members from McAllister show up. Drifter half HP already, turns around to try and burn, but it's going to be both Abrams and Warden showing up. They're split between 2 different characters. Since Drifter goes left, Billy goes right, like a Scooby-Doo episode. And they would have been good if they stuck together, maybe. Instead, it's a separate rundown. Warden bringing the Drifter down to about 33%. And just enough to send them elsewhere. And there it is. Soren, you asked, and it looks like you might receive. They're talking about the urn, but no commit.
No, nothing coming through so far as we're nearing 15 minutes and that urn will reset. And looks like Champlain have found a window here with an overcommitment from McAllister to the right side. They're going to get this last Guardian. It is well enough into the game that it's not surprising to see the last of those fall. They'll get a kill onto the Dynamo as well to boot. And now here, if they can find this 7, it looks like Saryon is on the chase down. If he can lock him in the Baroness and get some follow-up, that could be a nice way to take the 7 off the map for just a little bit. However, Ibuprofen caught here as well. An early Lightning Scroll for Paradox Lover. Looks like going for this full Warden ult build will catch one. Now, can he stay in the fight?
Definitely a tall question to ask. The Door is able to take down Tarbo, and that is the lobby leader as far as souls are concerned. So the 22k7 sits out for almost a full minute, loses all that farm, and Champlain makes a big chunk back as a result. Almost 10,000 souls separated our teams previously, and now right back to basically a tie game. So McAllister, for my money, I think McAllister is playing deadlock all slightly. And the caveat is they keep every little bit that they're leaving out. Champlain are picking up, Soren. They are taking advantage of every little oops that McAllister utters.
Yeah, and that oops is just letting the wave get a little bit too close onto that 1 HP Walker. It was going to fall eventually. It was almost a certainty that, you know, anyone could give their life from Champlain to take it. And it looks like that might be the case here for Saryon. He's not going to make it out against the Warden. But an admirable attempt nonetheless. Yeah, absolutely worth it to take an early walker like that. Somewhere in the chaos, actually, the left walker for Champlain went down as well. I didn't catch that one, but that is 1 walker apiece now. And that farm largely going over to Paradox Lover, it seems. While Tarbo's been in the farm mastering creeps, Paradox Lover's been active on the map, getting a lot of these kills for McAllister.
And as a result of his success, almost in farm, almost in tandem with with Tarbo, which is exactly what you want. These are the 2 core carries here for McAllister. They're looking to play through Paradox Lover and Tarbo, and they're rich. Yeah, time to hit the gas pedal. You're 24 and 21 on the 7 and Warden respectively, and Champlain is going to look to engage in this mid lane. Drifter on the right side. Tarbo falls down, which means there's nobody here to defend the Walker, and Champlain, who have been trailing pretty much the now find themselves defending their Walker, slight mathematical lead, and we are locked and loaded. Soren, we got a game here.
Yeah, good comeback here from Champlain. They are catching out Tarbo when he overextends like this. It's exactly what you need to do onto a 24k7 at this point in the game. And really from Champlain, you're trying to put yours into V9 to match this farm, but a goofy little interaction there from Paradox Lover. He'll go down as well. Now, Champlain with time on the map. You get a 3rd pick here. If you're thinking about it, you could go mid-boss here, but do they know that that is up? They'll be shocking reanimation forced out from the Door. They've got plenty of resources to be able to do things. What do they do with this advantage now?
Looks like we are coalescing around mid. It is scary. The Dynamo's up with ult. The Abrams is up with ult, so it wouldn't be free, and it looks like that was enough to deter Champlain from going for it. Instead, looked for a little bit of strip of the jungle. Vegetable winds up pushing on this right-hand side. They defended their own right side Walker. Now they're looking for the enemies, and Champlain in Furnace here, and we'll go ahead and earn that extra flex slot. Taken down, and the punishment here, the two players from McAllister, I don't think they're going to be able to get anything, and if anything, if they chase too hard, the turn will hurt. McAllister pumped the brakes. Yeah, that's the right call, Mo. That's the right call.
Yeah, Ricochet picked up on V9's Infernus here. That means a lot of team damage and also a lot of extra farm here. You see him putting that to good work in this medium camp. This is really the threat for McAllister. You need to be directing some of your CC this way, take out a lot of the damage that Champlain are throwing at you, because While the 24k Doorman isn't going to tickle, he's also not really going to be the one taking you out in most of these team fights. So V9 and a little bit ibuprofen as well, getting up there on the Drifter. Going to be the targets here for McAllister. You've got plenty of CC to do it. It's just, can you coordinate well enough to be able to burst down these targets before they get a chance to escape?
That's the big one. And it's interesting because McAllister has the comp. They kind of want to be all-in team fighting, whereas Champlain wants to find somebody and chase him down, right? All these carries. Victor's going to do just that. It's a 1v2. 7 goes directly into the sky. Victor's getting beat up, but all that sustain is a big deal. Tanky. Back to 90%, back to dealing it out, and here comes the cops. Last stand is good. The Baroness is in trouble. See you later, Insanity. Warden up on top. Half HP for him so far, still dealing with the opponent across the way. Meanwhile, Champlain getting kills across it. So good for you, Paradox Lover. He finally falls down, but 2 of his teammates wind up falling in afterwards. And as a result, McAllister, it looked like a good day for Paradox Lover, but it was a bad one for the rest of the squad. And this is a team game, 3-for-1 exchange. That is in favor of Champlain. They leading by almost 20k.
Yeah, the Door really putting in work in that fight on the Victor, sustaining through not only the Mo and 7 combination ult, but also the last stand from Warden. The Aura of Suffering, you might be comboed, but that is still going, and with Infuser popped, that's a lot of lifesteal he's got going on. So McAllister now need to pick up some anti-heal in their comp. They're going against 2 Infusers. They're going against a Billy, and generally everything that Victor has to offer is healing related. They need to find some sort of way to deal with that, but right now that's just a black hole wasted. Doesn't even catch onto V9 here. And so this is about to be a Dynamo caught and killed as Champlain are going for this mid-boss. Solid recognition here on how they win these fights.
As the Dynamo player, you got to learn how to die with the ult, without popping the ult. You know, Miele, there was no possibility for that to happen. Unfortunate. As McAllister lose the mid-boss, they lose one of their larger engagement tools. Thankfully, there are others, but maybe a little bit of a fight here. 7 shows up after the fact, immediately gets lit up by every single person's weapon. Goofy Goober is able to fall down. So a kill for McAllister. They take 1 charge of the refresher away. But we're good. Trouble for Drifter, and he'll eat it. So almost a complete wipe of it. Mid-boss was successful, but what did it cost you, and what do you still have? The full-on disengages here. And our teams will walk away. Champlain still have 1 charge.
Yeah, and they've also got a 30k lead, which we said we needed Paradox Lover and Tarbo to be outscaling Champlain, and they were doing that effectively through the first half of this game, but now the teams have just fallen such out of place that, I mean, they're kind of below average for Champlain players. So still making it there with 29k, but that's still 5 behind this Infernus, who's clearing this jungle like it's nobody. And they just need to find really one this game can be fully over for Champlain.
True. The butterfly effect, so real, man. The Door, that play where he walks into the 2v1, just says, hey guys, look how dumb I am. And they hit him. Cool. You just dropped your 3 most important ultimates. They win the fight, and they win the next fight as well. Robbing those resources, such a big deal for the Door. And he looks like he might do it again. The sustain is huge. Up, down goes the life bar. The lifesteal on this character is insane. And so Victor gets in some trouble, but walks away.
There's just not enough anti-heal from McAllister. It can be difficult to put it onto a Victor who's got the cleanses with his jump start, but I mean, Healbane here from the 7 of Tarbo is about the only thing you've got, and now coming the other way, a curse into a Baroness Hotel. Sunny's now been caught out, and there's a waiting Billy to be able to take him back into the fight. Paradox Lover needs to do something big here.
Stuck between 2 separate people, ultimate already used, and here comes the Warden. Last stand is going to eat these players up. Goofy Goob falls down, gets blown up. And there's the follow-up from the Bird. But it winds up being a trade. Miele falls down again. And when the Dynamo returns, they will have the ultimate. And that's going to be a big deal for McAllister because they're going to be on the defense most likely. And they're going to need that black hole.
Yeah, but is going to be another 40 seconds before they have that available. Fortunately, Goofy Goober was one of the ones who died in that mid-boss engage, so he's not able to use the Rejuvenator charge. So that's time here for McAllister to regroup, take off some of their farm here on the right side. That's about the only thing left on their side of the map. You don't really want to be pushing into Champlain's right now, so if you can do that, and then also defend this mid-walker. Nobody's there right now. Champlain, they left just one person on that wave, could potentially have had a free walker, but instead, everyone just kind of clearing the map right now as we fall back into the passive game of who can get the most souls the fastest.
A scary one for McAllister. Champlain can go outside and grab souls, but McAllister, so they got to be much more careful, I would say. They're down a little bit as far as a lot of their farm is concerned, and now we're getting to the point where it's like early on. So the way Champlain's draft works is early on, they're just not really that huge of a threat, right? Like these are late scaling carries for the most part. Now they're starting to come online. Now you've got to be a little bit more scared. So yeah, McAllister have all of the tools. I lauded how much control they have. And frankly, I still like their draft better. But this is a perfect example of why we play the game. Because Champlain right now, they understand their draft. They understand that they were going to be behind. And as soon as they started transitioning into these moments, they started doing things like this, taking down the page out of no, and now pushing up into the mid lane. A little bit of defense coming out from the Abrams. Ultimately, Drifter's going to be pushed out of here. The Eternal Knight comes out, and the Copper's here. Last stand. Everybody's got to run from the Warden. Ibuprofen underground. A 2-for-1 exchange still. So Warden's doing all of the work, Soren. But Champlain still wind up wiggling, waddling, and winning some of these moments. Still just a 2-for-1. Nobody on Champlain, as squishy as they might be, dying just yet.
Yeah, now 7 comes in. Tarbo needs to put in work with this, but immediately gets stunned out there. The damage here from Champlain is immense, and despite McAllister getting some good engages there, I mean, they've got decent fight taking, but honestly, some of these builds are a little funky. We got Sunny on the Gunmo. Abrams there, you saw the Echo Shard up for the CC. We're going to see if that has any effect. A flying combo. Haven't seen that one in a while. And his ball onto this Victor, who is able to survive this because, once again, Tarbo has the only heal bane on the team. You need Paradox Lover to be picking up something like a crippling headshot or a spirit burn from the Dynamo. Something to take this guy down, because right now there are just no answers from McAllister.
That's really what it's been. The door has just been able to extend these team fights. Like I said, rob the resources. He shows up, and McAllister did it twice, man. They kit dumped into him twice. You know, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, you can't be fooled again. Like, you can't do that, right? You have to be able to adjust and adapt. Word. Victor showed up. He got all of our stuff, guys. I'm immediately telling everybody to buy anti-heal, especially when you've got characters who can build it well. So I'm with you. That can be the biggest difference and pseudo win condition right now for Champlain is the lack of anti-heal from across the way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about how Victor takes a while to get online. That's normally when he's having to deal with, toxic bullets and crippling headshots and spirit burns from across the way. If you don't have to deal with any of that, well, that's a lot of items and a lot of power scaling you no longer need. So 33k will do just nicely here for the door. And then he's setting up all of that damage, 4v9 on this Infernus, 43k, all of his items online. And then also, I've been here doing a solid job on the Drifter. Engage there onto Dynamo should he choose to take it. There's a bit too many members of McAllister around here for Champlain to feel comfortable. His idea and catch that mid-wave. Still a 23k soul lead for Champlain. I think they're looking comfy here. I really want to see them, again, push this lead. Take the urn, do something to force an engagement out of McAllister where you think you're advantaged. And let your soul...
Really knowing that the Dynamo ultimate is on cooldown, you want to just... Honestly, if you just group up and do something, make them respond. Like, I don't even care what it is. Push the mid walker. Like, who cares, right? Like, just fight me. I know you don't have your tools. Let's go. Now, McAllister have their tools. No horses from Aranim, but Tarbo's going to have the ultimate online as well. And you've got 5 big buttons to press here for McAllister if they get pushed into. The dubious builds aside, 20K is a large lead, but something you can win a fight against if played well, and this is the composition to do it, right? Trap a squishy, pop him in the mouth. Just don't do it to Victor. Stop doing it to Victor.
Yeah, 20K is certainly winnable here for McAllister if they get those good engages. Paradox Lover's done a nice job of staying with the rest of the gang and farm. 40K, that ultimate from the Warden can do a lot of damage if you combine it with some of the CC that they've got, right? You got to keep people in that radius and not get shut down by Saryon in these fights. So McAllister, if they find the right place, the right time, they certainly can come back here. But maybe poking down a Victor while he's taking his farm from 10 meters with a Gunmo is not where you want to be. Perhaps they've got a different idea in mind here.
What's your beef with Gunmo, man?
I'm pretty sure Mo has one of the worst scaling guns in the game.
You are not wrong. Poor Billy, surrounded and pounded, 37 people around him. Just in the wrong neighborhood, my friend. And that, we were talking about all the good things that have been happening for Champlain. That's one of the things that can happen. It is late in the game. I don't really know what time it is, but it's late in the game, and you can't be by yourself at this point, right? System. At this point in the MOBA, you are never alone. Big boss being pressured in here by McAllister. This is what they think is their way back into it. Champlain are local. 2 of their members are across the map, and 1 of them's dead, so it's going to be 3 yellow team members here to kind of push into this, but McAllister here, and Drifters upstairs. No contest, probably the right call. And McAllister, well, they were down, not out, and now they got the keys to the truck.
Plenty of gas in the tank as well. Didn't have to expend any of their ultimates to take that one. Still got the Dynamo Black Hole. You've still got the Rallying Charge from Paige. Anything that you want available here. Gun buff on the left side as well if Paradox Lover chooses to go out and take that one. And finally, we're going to see a team pick up the urn. First time in this game. We're, what, probably about 30 minutes in?
Yeah.
And McAllister are going to try and force a team fight with this mid-boss.
Good choice for McAllister. And this is kind of what we mean, you know, when you've got an advantage, even a technical one right here, not a monetary advantage, but they've got the mid-boss. Force the fight. And here it is. Gunmo, gunned down, barely alive, and full convert here. Sunny will get the revive, so ready to be right on back into it. Infernus is not here. Grey Talon is not here. This is a 4-on-6 for the yellow team. Paradox Lover is going to make it a 3-on-6. It's another one for Ensatu as well. So 2 players from Champlain fall down. There are still 2 revive charges for McAllister. They have evened up the game from 20,000 souls down. They're going to go ahead and split up here. 4 in mid, 2 on the right side. Paige, don't get drifted. And this will be the push for the mid lane walker.
Yeah, disastrous there for Champlain. V9, their carry not with them. The Door, the one who's been eating all these resources, not with them. And now, if they can just bring down this Victor, surely in a 1v6 you'll be able to be 4 at least, as Paige and Mo are not quite there. The Dynamo comes in, he's got the Black Hole, stunning up the Drifter, or the Victor rather, and they do at least manage to get the first life bout, but now no rejuve charges, can't find enough gas to finish things off. V9 is here for this fight, he's not caught lacking this time, and he'll be able to take down Paradox Lover. Tarbo in short order as well. Everything's falling apart here for McAllister. They do get Infernus,
The Door barely alive. It's going to be enough. 4 players dead, and don't forget they started this engagement with 2 revives available. So that's basically 6 Ks here for Champlain. They ain't done yet. Ibuprofen was put down the entire early game. 5 deaths without answering, and now working out. Mid lane was the push for McAllister after their mid boss. That was the plan. They did tie it up, and just like that, Champlain says, no, thank you. And they're back at it. It's going to be the mid lane walker for Champlain instead of McAllister. All blue jerseys are sitting down, and Champlain don't need no mid boss. They take the walker by themselves. and they're looking for more after this. Honestly, you just kind of clear the jungle here. Nothing overwhelming. The urn's gone, mid-boss down, so you just kind of steal triangles and peace out.
No, you've got 6 kills, and the first one up is still 30 seconds away. You can at least get base guardians there. Probably some shrines and a first phase patron, but yeah, Champlain just choose to play the soul economy here. Try and get even more fed onto their carries. Wait for Vegetable to get back up. And alright. Fair enough, but at some point you are going to have to end the game while you're ahead. So
I'll ask that this is the too careful play, right? I think you can getting the shrines might be pushing it. I in 100% agreement that, like, yeah, y'all should have pushed like the final lane guardians. But the idea is Champlain have kind of been under the knife the entire game, right? They've been the undercard here. McAllister has played better. So if you're sitting here and you're being unbiased about your own play, you go, hey, we are able to beat these guys. We find their mistakes and we punish them for it. But if we give them an opportunity to get back into the game, well, that's why we're in the lead in the first place, because they gave us an opportunity. So yeah, I'm probably more aggressive here, honestly, Soren. But I think I see the method to their madness. Just, I don't want to let them have any farm. Take it. Because if we do, you know what I mean? Just a little bit safe. Maybe too safe. But I think that's their thought process.
Well, we'll have to see if that works out for them, because now they've worked back a 20k lead. Urn is up mid-boss in about a minute, so the next engagement here likely to be crucial for the outcome of this game. Once again, if McAllister can find the right engagements, that's what they did last time. They just found a couple people out of position and converted that into more. The mistake was when they went for the full engage without Sunny and Kyla there. Their Page and their Mo not in the fight. It's been a story that's happened a couple of times for both teams, is just taking a fight where not all of your team is present, not all of your team is even running to the fight. But if you can get all 6 members here, I think either team can take a team fight.
Trouble in the east as Victor is running down, gets hit up by the Dynamo. And up is the Dynamo. Big damage coming out of Champlain here, putting down the black hole. You've got a push on the left side and a push on the right side coming out from Champlain. Infernus going to get punched on down. Good defense, not good enough. Paradox Lover on top here of the right-hand side. Champlain lose 2, but they take 4. And looking to push the mid. And Victor's still going to go ahead and push that right side. They can pretty much... Now is where they're going to do kind of what we wanted them to do earlier. I think here they go ahead and clear out some of these Guardians and find some more map control.
Lane Guardians, and then the mid-boss. Vegetable there with 2 posthumous kills. The superior duration afterburn on Infernus does do a lot of damage, even once he's down, so... Not even really needed to bring in all of your fight, as this will be the 3rd mid-boss of the game. This one will go the way of Champlain Esports. There's going to be contest here, though, from Paradox Lover and Tarbo. No ultimates available for them.
No,
really just got to rely on parries and melees.
Yeah, here it comes. Last stand just came up. Victor, half HP. Able to get the Rejuvenator, but 2 of them stolen from McAllister after the launch in from the Warden. He will get traded out, and so there's 1 charge gone. And there's a 2nd charge gone as well. So 1 remains, and it's on Champlain. 2 members of Champlain surrounding as Paradox Lover falls down again. A minute and a half on the bench at this point for that boy. And Champlain... What a beautiful play, Soren. What a beautiful play call.
Yeah, mid-boss absolutely was the call there. And McAllister, though, I think get what they needed in that fight. They at least take away 2 of the Rejuvenator charges. And yes, Paradox Lover went down, but Tarbo is still up. Escaped that one somehow. And it does look pretty dire for McAllister. But at least you're only dealing with Victor ult down as well. So that is 7 lives rather than the potential 10 that you were facing before. So now Champlain going to start to push this base. Can they put on the effective siege, or they go back to the farm?
The second they see Dynamo on the right side of the map, they need to just press W. And it looks like Champlain might have got the memo. Left side is going to be the push here. The Door's the first one to get active, and Satu sits down 7 in a row for the dead man. And Victor has been so important in this game. He'll sit down for a brief second, and he's back at it again. 5 members of Champlain up here in the opponent's base. Great talent on the way. Shrine going to be looked at here by Drifter. And McAllister, they might not lose their Shrine. It's just a Champlain push. And McAllister are kind of ready to deal with it. 1 Shrine still alive. And all of these players caught up in damage from the 7. Goofy Goob winds up capitalizing on some damage from Paradox Lover. Tarbo just going to town. That's what the ultimate is for. 2 players taken out inside the base as a result. Or almost down as well. And the Warden chasing out the Drifter. Walking backwards, trying to deal. Paradox can't deal enough damage. Finally does. Taking him down. And so large respawn timers here for Champlain as they got really aggressive trying to push into McAllister. And McAllister was able to play defense enough, but they have lost one of those shrines. And so Champlain make their mark on this base, and it starts to crumble.
Yeah, that was basically the perfect engagement for McAllister. You get the Dynamo Black Hole to lock a couple of players in there. Paradox Lover also comes in, gets some big damage in on, and yet even still, Champlain are still carries, still here. They're the ones taking the base. They're the ones who took down Paradox Lover. Now you've got to try and find the CC to bring them down. And Furnace, quite tanky though. They're at least going to get first phase Patron off of this, and they may even get Sunny.
Could that seems egregious. Could that have been stopped by McAllister if they played, if they played flawlessly, Soren, or was that just Champlain just has their carries there? Was that just sort of like, we can't deal with that, oh well?
I mean, I think there were ways to counter it. It just needed to happen before that push actually came through.
True.
Once you have Infernus with Infuser on your patron, Victor there backing him up, it's really hard as just 3 members, especially when one of them is a Mo and Krill, to find the damage to be able to bring them down.
Whoa. It's Gunmo, though.
That's true. He's got more damage than your average Mo. But at the end of the day, he is a funny little guy.
He is a funny little guy, and we love him for it. Muhammad and the boys take care of Walker as well. And so McAllister getting some bite back. Pushing out through mid. Very important. And what you said earlier rings even more true now. Once you find your patron on its last legs, you can no longer fight in your house. You have to really find these fights outside because they can just shoot past you, they can find damage elsewhere. So McAllister now has to be, I always call this kind of like the reluctant aggression. It's now McAllister's job to be like, all right, we're not going to find the ideal fight. So we have to find the closest thing to it because we have to look for the fights. We have to look for the fight, singular, now. Because Champlain's job is to just show up, right? So McAllister has to get crafty here. They've got to not get caught out individually. I'm looking at you, Tarbo, on the right side. Nobody's around him, but it could be scary. And as this mid-boss respawns, Champlain are coalescing around it, thinking about it. McAllister, what's your take? Does McAllister all-out defend on the mid-boss, or do they fall back and defend elsewhere?
They absolutely would need to. If they hear the mid-boss roar, you got to bring everyone in. You've got all of your ultimates available, and that's where a lot of your damage is focused. And mid-boss is the perfect place to try and use some of them. So Champlain here, there's a temptation, almost 30k ahead, to go for it, to just try and burn it down. But McAllister, I think, have the perfect re-engage if they can get there in time. And that is a question with how far ahead Champlain's waves are currently. They're pushing up. They're not going to take the mid-boss. They're just going to go for the fight here.
Probably a nice call. Avoid some of the geometry like you were just bringing up. And now we're fighting in the hallways. And already, McAllister fighting with 05 up, down on, and Sat2. Now, Billy's going to fall down early, but it's a trade, so still upper hand for Champlain. Warden taking a brief break. See you later. That's a big deal. He was in the middle of that stand, so all of that wiped off the map for a moment as he gets flicker whisked out of the period. And now here comes Infernus. Ricochet going wild. Dashing on in, laying it down. Seven in some trouble. Seven's got some damage available, but already ulted. The door, Insanity, 1 and 2. 4 players sitting down for McAllister. All they have is half an Archmother. Vegetable gonna go ahead and cook the opponent one more time. Game 1. Champlain.
They did get there in the end. The safe play ended up working out for them. They're able to take this first game, and this is only 2 matches here. There's not going to be a best of 3, so now Champlain locked that one in for the season to get those standings in, and McAllister are, at best, going to be able to go 1-1 here in this matchup between the two. But Champlain, I mean, honestly, their mid game was pretty solid. Like, they were constantly getting picks in the right places. They kept the right people alive and took at least mostly the right fights. And it was McAllister that kind of fell behind, that let their Kevin, the 7, the carry 7, get picked a couple of times.
I mean, yeah, I think a big deal. There was something in the back of my mind when we were doing the draft. I absolutely thought that the team with the more control had the better draft. I tend to lean, I'm a blue player, I tend to lean a little bit more on trying to kind of CC people and find the right moments. So that's what my bias is going to be. But I did kind of scratch my head and be like, is there a world where they're a little light on damage? And it kind of felt like towards that mid game, 2 things happened. It felt like, A, we were a little light, but more importantly, 2, on the other side, Champlain was like, we know when our characters turn on, and we're here. They had power spikes correctly, Soren, and that's exactly when they fought. That was the impressive thing to me.
Yeah, they were a little bit light on damage, but not because of the heroes that they were playing. I think Tarbo, in particular, had a fantastic match on the 7. I liked his build, liked what he was doing a lot of the time. Could have used, as we said, a little more anti-heal to deal with this Victor and the Infernus as well. Underrated how much lifesteal he's got with the Infuser and being able to dash around, get the Afterburn procs onto everybody. So more anti-heal. The Abrams, I feel like, as well, could have helped out some with some... If you get just bullet resist shred, let your carries do the work. As long as you're taking down the resistances with the Abrams, you've got plenty of opportunity to do so. You've got plenty of opportunity to be the one who picks up the anti-heal as well. So maybe just a couple team-focused items for this squad, and you can easily swing that the other way. You've got plenty of opportunity for damage. They couldn't quite find it for McAllister here in Game 1.
Well, 1 in the books here for Champlain. A great assertion of exactly what they needed to do. They understood the plan, and they executed it pretty damn nicely. We've got 1 more here for you. Let's see if McAllister takes. We'll be right back after this.
The gun just speeds things up. Surprise!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lamps on the floor. Pursuit of power, fireworks and stars.
speeds things up. Surprise!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lamps light on the floor. Pursuit of power, fireworks and stars.
speeds things up. Pride!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lamps light on the floor.
Welcome back, friends. One and done. Champlain Esports wins their first game on our college deadlock season. Welcome back, friends. I'm F-Dot. That's Soren. And we've got one more match for you in this matchup. It's going to be, again, Champlain versus their opponents over here. My bad. McAllister. There we are. We got there. And last time around, McAllister drafted a whole bunch of control, but really once the carries from the other side got out of control, well, then it all went awry. So Champlain winds up with number 1. Evenly matched, though, dude. It was kind of fun watching the back and forth, and we had a couple of lead changes. So I'm expecting game 2 to be interesting.
Yeah, there were definitely fixable mistakes from both sides that if you just clean up a couple of things between games, have a little chat, like either team can reasonably come back out here and just with those minor adjustments, come back and take game 2. Like, this is, again, only a 2-game series. There's no best of 3 tiebreaker or anything. This is just for standings in the regular season, proceeding for playoffs. So 2 games and that'll be it. If Champlain take it, they get it 2-0. And if McAllister come back, they'll at least even things up coming in here in their first series of the collegiate series. And McAllister need this one. They're going to ban out the Victor, which I think is a solid answer here. If you're not going to buy anti-heal, might as well take care of the guy who would make you buy it.
I was waiting to see if you hit that, but yes, absolutely. And you know, this is an interesting thing that I kind of want to highlight. So Deadlock, one of the fun things about MOBAs is that there's a lot of different disciplines, and one of those disciplines is just burden of knowledge check. Victor's running at you with Infuser, you need to go ahead and buy the anti-heal. And at the same time, that's the beauty of the draft system, is that, like, the Victor really messed us up. We don't know how to solve this Rubik's Cube. Ban it out. We'll figure it out tomorrow. And that's what they're doing here. They'll watch the VOD back and they'll figure it out, and then maybe they'll be able to deal with Victor next time. But here, I think this is the right move. Victor smoked him, so just kick him off the map. And the Yamato is banned out game number 1. We're going to see the same thing again.
Yeah, as Champlain here with a bit more standard of a ban. Yamato's been kicking it in all stages of competitive play, so yeah, get that one out of here. And McAllister will have the first pick this time. Champlain went with the Drifter first. I think Abrams here, repeat it. I don't hate the hero first pick. Would like to see him pick up some more of this kind of standard tank gun sort of Abrams that we've seen. Like the Crushing Fists, that's certainly going to work well at this level. Not as many people on the key with the parries quite as often, but you know, pick up some of this Battle Vest, pick up the resistances, pick up the Hollow Point, things where you can set up damage for your team and be that frontliner. Maybe Echo Shard, and I think there was another tier 4 Spirit in there. Not quite going to be what you're looking for here for McAllister. But remember, these are teams who are relatively new to the competitive scene, so they've still got plenty of options to be able to improve and work on things, which is why we're putting on this sort of broadcast.
Yeah, this is where you learn, man. Like, this is where you get it done. I completely agree. Abrams, he's the guy. I'm never going to be mad about an Abrams pick unless you have 0 carries, right? It's always going to be a good look. Did McAllister have any giant, oh my goodness, Abrams moments? No. But I think he does bring a very necessary level of control. Lash also brings some control and was banned out in game number 1. So we will get a chance to see some of these big ultimates from this guy. Like I said, they were a little afraid to play against him last time. So Champlain will be able to take him to the game field. So it should be interesting watching the Drifter next to him. Champlain picked this one early, and Drifter died like 4 or 5 times in lane before the game like really got going. And then Drifter was one of the bigger catalysts for that mid-game advantage change. So an interesting hero to see Champlain play. Would I call it a win con from game 1? I don't know if I go that far, but he wound up being effective despite the... So imagine what happens if he doesn't stutter step. Let's try it again without the oops and see what happens.
Yeah, sure. A couple of early laning deaths will set you behind for sure. You did lose the 1v1 a couple of times against that Warden, but he put in some effective tower pressure. That was one of the things that Champlain had going for them early, is that even though they were falling behind a little bit on the souls, they were taking the objectives. So repeat that on the Drifter, use the Eternal Knight, and really kind of become a late-game gun carry. I think you're doing fine there. And then Lash is going to help with one of your biggest weak spots before, which is that McAllister just had all sorts of teamfight ultimates, and they're bringing it back now with the Dynamo. And Lash can cancel out a lot of those with great effectiveness, so fantastic pickup. And then Dynamo, you're going to have to play a little bit safer this game. I would love to see him almost not even look for those black holes while Lash is still hanging around with the Death Slam, because if you can Quantum Entanglement instead and have everyone dodge that, that is big value, and maybe come back in with black hole later.
Early in the game, I noted some good discipline overall from McAllister. They played very disciplined, and I will say it's the exception that proves the rule, right? Respectfully, Miele did not really play a disciplined Dynamo. We saw a lot of those ultimates kind of get thrown out. We saw a lot of the catch-outs. Oops, I put my ultimate on cooldown. And this is a moment where either McAllister, like their coaching state, just the teammates, you know, that you just have that in-between game moment where it's like, hey, listen, we played okay. Here's one of the major things that will change, because it is, I mean, the giant red light turns into when black hole's on cooldown from the other team. It's such a big deal. And so that, if I choose one thing, probably the builds might come into play, but I think being more disciplined with that black hole might change McAllister's outcome this time around.
Yeah, certainly would help, and you've got an Ivy as well, be able to follow up on some of that damage. This one, we've been calling out like what kind of builds we want to see from each of these heroes, how they're likely to play. Ivy, kind of a mystery, especially at this sort of Archon level of play. You can get away with just about anything on Ivy. You can play the full support, you can play full gun builds, which has been meta at times, and still at least is okay. We've seen it in a couple of higher level matches. Or you can go for the more kind of traditional, at the moment, Spirit sort of debuff focus. Use your ult, use some max kudzus, get there in and just kind of be the person who picks up counter items a lot of the time, which is something that McAllister could certainly use on their squad. So this Ivy really can do anything in the world that she wants to here. Champlain going to run it back with the Infernus, which worked out so well for them last time.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Again, I will put all my cards on the table if you're just joining us. Why you late? No, I'm kidding. But game number one, I was pretty critical of the Champlain draft. They kind of drafted a whole lot of carries. I felt like there were some holes in their tactics game plan, and well, it just didn't matter, so that's why we play the game here. The Infernus, though, was one of the more impressive characters, I think. Really able to use that dash build to push out and gain space. And so I'm expecting to largely see the same thing. We'll jump into our second round of bans, and no Bebop and no Doorman. Good adaptation here from McAllister. Doorman did well on Champlain last time around.
Yeah, the main thing that he was doing to gain value was just canceling out the last stand from Warden, and when he was building into that full ult build, it really hurt when he got locked away in the Baroness, so I'm expecting McAllister to run it back with the Warden here. I think that was one of their bright spots, especially early game. Like, he was getting active. At one point, we looked at the scoreboard, and he was 8-0-3. That is an impressive scoreline. Kind of dwindled down as we got later in the game. They started losing team fights, but if they can run back with the Warden this time with no Baroness to lock him away, that's going to be a solid option.
There's my favorite jazz.
I think pretty much no question Warden was the shining light for McAllister in game number one. I think everybody at home would agree as well. So should Champlain have paid more attention to that in the early stages of this draft? Should they have banned it or picked it themselves even? I mean, if McAllister gets Warden, would you consider that a mistake?
Potentially. I'm not quite sure how good McAllister's Yamato and Bebops are, but considering that they didn't feel any pressing need to pick them up early in the draft, I would say that Warden here would have been a solid, especially second ban year for Champlain.
Yeah.
At least lock that one away, make sure it doesn't come back. But Kelvin now going to be a pickup for McAllister. Instead of the Page, I presume, that's going to be your kind of team fight support coming in here. Lots of great CC to be able to lock away some of the members of Champlain, and especially good against the Lash.
Bet.
You've got the Frozen Shelter to be able to use either before or after the Death Slam. Really cancel out that big team fight changing ultimate and give some safety over to your team. So a solid pickup here for McAllister. And Mo and Krill on the other side. This time, hopefully, going to be running a bit more with the Spirit items and try and use that ultimate to greater effect.
Wraith coming out here for McAllister. One of my favorite carries to see, but she's definitely one of those classic late game. Like, if you wanted to call her, if you wanted to be like a boomer MOBA player and call her an ADC, I wouldn't be that mad. She's kind of like the classic left click carry, but she's giga late. And so I think McAllister is looking at that where they got a little outscaled towards the end, right? Like Champlain were able to go into the later game more confidently than McAllister. And I think Wraith is here to kind of be that like, all right, if the game lasts longer than we need it to, we got Wraith in the wings, and she'll be able to kind of be a stopgap once it gets a little late. And Champlain locks in great talent.
Yeah, and I think you kind of got the same question here from McAllister that you did last game, which is, can you get your carries and keep them ahead? You know, last game, they did a great job of Tarbo and the Warden player. I'm temporarily blanking, but they did a great job getting ahead in the early game. It's just they fell behind once Champlain as a team started to come back up, and you got to have your carries sticking in there. Even if you're losing team fights, that's okay, but you got to have them keeping competitive in the soul count. So we want to see this Wraith pop off, and Champlain going to finish off their draft. They got 4 for 6 of the same heroes, only bringing in Mo and Krill and Lash as new pickups, and I don't hate that at all. It's extra CC that they were kind of missing last draft.
Yeah, straight up and down, this is, I only ask for improvement, right? Like, that is the difference game, and, well, I don't know, that's the difference between playing intentionally or otherwise, right? You play game 1, you take notes, and you fix it. And Champlain 1, you're never perfect. They saw their draft and were like, you know what, that was harder than it needed to be, we need some more CC, and they lock it on in there. Paige was played on Champlain last time. On McAllister here, you're making a face. Good face or bad face?
So they did have the Paige before, and they had kind of the double support comp, right, with the Paige and the Dynamo. Now you're mixing in a Kelvin as well. You've kind of got 3 supports going on here. Typically, we only see 1, maybe max 2 come out for a lot of these teams. We'll see if they're able to keep that up, because Kelvin and Paige and Dynamo all have utility outside of just raw healing numbers. So I want to see at least one of them build into something that's not just keeping your team alive. Like, if we can have Paige pick up, like, the knockdown, the slowing hex, things like that, utility items that are not just, you know, in your left to right builds, you're going to have to go into the optional section of your build for this. Get some items that are good specifically against the heroes that Champlain are playing, because there are a lot of good ones against them. So Paige, Dynamo, someone from McAllister needs to be building those items, because you've got space where you don't need to pick up Healing Booster and a bunch of these other raw team fight sort of items.
A lot of room for activities for sure. I mean, yeah, I agree. Almost a little too much. It's funny, Champlain in game number 1, we felt like they might have had too many carries and not enough control. And then we look at the other side and kind of might be the other issue here for McAllister. We need more carry. I feel like obviously it's going to be Wraith, and as we mentioned earlier, one of the cool things about Ivy is how flexible she is, right? I mean, pretty much kind of can go in a lot of different directions. We'll likely see her built aggressively, whether it's kudzu maxing or gun build. We'll see which way it goes. Who else? Is it going to be they'll bring you a bunch of damage? Is it going to be the Abrams leaning into more gun build? Or maybe you were alluding to this with what you were saying about not kind of just going left to right, but do you think we just see a little bit of damage out of everybody and we just brawl it out? These are all good options for McAllister, or excuse me, for Champlain, but they have to think about it intentionally, and they have to know already right now.
Yes, and whichever option you go with, if this Wraith doesn't come online for Champlain, or I believe we have the name swapped here at the top. If the Wraith doesn't come online, this comp is effectively dead. You do need her to pop off to be your source of sustained damage in these fights. Last game we saw them with a lot of damage around their ultimate timings, but then without it, they kind of fell flat and just kind of died to the Victor and the Infernus. Wraith is going to be a great source of sustained damage, but only if she can get ahead, as you were calling out. She is that late game carry. So if you can get them online, this could work out.
That Victor, such a key part of the victory last time around for Champlain. So not having that available for them in game number 2 is going to be a big deal, because, like, Victor would intentionally engage, rip resources, make them push their buttons, and then just walk away. And then his team would engage after the fact and capitalize on the resource disparity. So now with that character out of commission, not available for this game via the draft, Champlain have to find different ways in. They've got to find more, honestly, more fair ways. That's what makes Victor good, is that he's not really fair. And so they've got to fight a little more straight up, which might be revealing. So we'll see how they jump in.
Yeah, Sarion, I feel like this time has an even bigger role on him than he did on the Doorman. You've got to be finding not just the Death Slams, that is a crucial part of Lash's kit, yes, but also just big damage, ground slams, flogs. You can do a surprising amount of in and out damage to this character, so would love to see big things from him as well. And the ground slam also does that knock-up, right? So that's additional CC to try and set up someone on your team for success. And that all starts right here in the lane once you've got those abilities online.
Well, Billy's already getting chunked down a little bit. So is the Door. The Moan Krill player over in mid, down below half HP, whereas everybody on Champlain relatively healthy. Even the Page, she's got her heals. And so early lane phase, getting a little aggressive, which is the right call. If you're playing pat lane, you're probably doing the wrong thing. So Champlain looking to make this a 2-0. As Soren mentioned, we played 2 game sets here. We've got a long season, and it is all about the marathon. This isn't Street Brawl. It's the real deal. So after a 2 game set, we'll give points to each team, depending on if they get the 2-0 or if they earn the split 1-1. Right now, looking to earn first blood, jumps on in low HP on the Billy. But again, able to waddle away. Here. One more. And Billy
makes it out.
24 HP more than he needed. Shots from a distance. Not enough to earn it. And so Billy, not down, but not out. He'll go back to base, come on back, and lose a bit of farm, but ultimately not as bad as a death.
Yeah, very risky, though, staying on the zip line while being shot at.
Yeah.
Any one of those shots connects, and he takes the hyperline damage and goes down. So, I mean, hey, talk about titanium orbs. You've got them right there.
That's he'll learn that lesson someday. Today is not the day. And when it happens, we'll never see him do it again, right? Like, that's
Yeah.
how it works. But you got to prove that I can't do that. So, working out so far for McAllister, despite the early pushback of Goofy Goober. Left side, Lash and Drifter. Mid side, GT and Mo. And then we've been riding around with the Billy in the Infernus lane here for McAllister. They're going to be directly against the Dynamo and the Ivy here. I would really want to see Ivy go... Oh, interesting. I really want to see Ivy go carry, and she gets jumped on. Notice, the Dynamo is not played by the same player as game number 1. It's going to be Tarbo, who played the 7.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that one, because Miele is over here on this Ivy, who, as you said, I'd love to see her go for the carry build to make up for some of that lost damage in the draft. We'll see if those players are kind of swapping out their strategies here. See if that is what works out for them. Yeah, it is Tarbo. That's not just a spectator name swapped. That is Tarbo there on Dynamo in the game. So maybe going to play a little bit more of that aggressive style.
Yeah, and it's interesting. I mean, listen, the beauty of Deadlock is you can absolutely go, like, hard carry Dynamo if you really want to, right? Like, so Tarbo playing carry last time.
Tarbo.
Exactly. Ivy getting surrounded, stomped on the ground, and Ivy low, but a wiggle, a little bit of healing, and she's out of there. So, successful slither away here for the Gargoyle. But all this pressure now from McAllister, what does that turn into is the question. Probably just a couple of boxes, a little early to see a full-on dive.
Yeah, just get ahead in the farm before you get ahead in the kills. V9 doing a great job of repeating his game from game 1. Already at 4,500, easily the first old line, as most of the rest of them are coming up here after this wave. Some fancy box running, it looks like. Now,
Got to find that farm. You know, I really like this choice from Champlain. Of course, assuming the conversation was positive, right? Like, Tarbo will go ahead and pop the ult, and this is looking a little positive. Certainly getting on out of there. And more of a, why are you so close to me ult than an all-in-one. But a stomp is good.
Ooh, the bird. Combined with the afterburn, this might be a kill here. Quantum Entanglement, great use for there from Tarbo. Not quite enough. I think Goofy Goob found the kills coming in here through the Veil. Tries to pop the chain gang to find the follow-up onto Miele. Not quite there, and so just the one kill for Goofy Goober, but hey, that's a solid start here for Billy and even Furnace. Push on towers.
Yeah, decent amount of damage to Guardian. Tarbo's back, though, so better back on up. You know the stomp's going to be here, and use FHP, so Tarbo, a big threat here for Goofy, and just like that, he will leave the station. Like I said, that you just can't be punished for that. And we saw that happen to the teams a couple of times where they pushed up a little too far, stayed a little too long, and got slapped because of it. So a nice adjustment here. Players realizing they've got to fall back a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I will say that Midwalker is probably the number 2 place in the game where teams lose. Number 1 being mid-boss. You know, if you just go for a coin flip mid-boss, you probably are taking a chance to throw away the game. But also, if you get over-aggressive on Midwalker, we've seen teams with 3 rejuves and a 30k lead lose the game because they all stacked mid and tried to take down Walker against 6 defenders. It is hard. So I'm surprised that multiple times last game we saw a turnaround occur in that position. It is going to be a little bit easier this game now that you've got a Lash who can try and take some of that mid space. And that all has to start here in lane as we just reached 8 minutes. You see up there at the top. We do have our nice UI back. Took some time off in between the games to get that back, and centers are all up all over the map. Free for the taking.
And we're back in it. Right side could be problematic. Looks like a little bit of a mosh pit in that right lane, and it will be. Goofy Goob got our first blood, winds up being our second, and a little bit of follow-up. Miele gets some revenge. So a kill on a V9 as well. 2 for none exchange out of Champlain early. A very different story where they kind of got stepped over the entire early game, largely due to their draft, but this time around, Champlain active, leading in souls. It's 2K, shut up. But technically, and they're here to play. So invigorated after their game 1 victory. And I would like to see what it looks like when they've got a little bit more confidence frame 1.
Yeah, and Tarbo sitting at 6k on that Dynamo after those 2 kills, matching V9 on the other side. Yeah, no, I tend to see the gun Dynamo come out. Okay, and Surge, he is building more towards that that ultimate. Certainly don't hate that decision, but it looks like things could be getting turned around here onto McAllister as Tarbo goes very low with the afterburn stacks.
Trouble for him. I'd be following those, so it's not going to be an all-on push. Dynamo's able to heal up just a little bit. Good stand here from Champlain. I think it would have been really easy for them to invite McAllister in. And here's a little bit more aggression. All right, Billy looking for big stuff and coming up a little empty. Nothing doing here as a result of that ult. So McAllister have to fall back. A missed opportunity. And they'll try again.
Trades going on all sides of the map. At mid lane, Mo getting active. Over here on the right, Billy and Infernus trying to make something happen. Left side, Lash has been left on his own as Ibuprofen just going for box runs all around the map. Gives a little bit of time here for this Wraith to push up, try and get some tower damage, but Paradox Lover's only just below 7k. Those cards do hit for a lot, but not quite able to take the tower before they come back in. Nice telekinesis onto the ulting Lash. Opportunity here for Paradox aggressive as we saw last game. Eternal Knight comes in, but that Lash is at close range. You don't need the long range sights. They might have turned it around. The flog is enough to keep him alive. Great parry! He's going to be able to get some more damage here. Not quite able to finish off either kill.
Unfortunate. A fantastic parry, some decent jumps. Honestly, brought Lash down to 1, but not 0. So both Saron and Ibuprofen almost died. Wraith almost got the 1v2. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. You got to finish it up. That said, later on, Wraith will be able to take that. So, take the McAllister Esports and be careful next time. You can probably take her as well. But as the game gets deeper and deeper, she becomes such a problem. And I also think to keep her down here.
Yeah, but now we're seeing the first real lane change of the game. We're seeing 3v2 over here in this mid lane. This is something that McAllister did last game as well. And it worked out eventually, but this time Red Hair gets the jump onto the page. And this Wraith has been left 1v1 against the Lash, but he'll soon have backup from the Drifters. So Paradox Lover taking a lot of farm. It is exactly what you needed. But mid lane not working out.
Not so much. Wraith doing a good job of backing off there. Shows up, gets some solo farm, sees 2 people. I'm gone. That is what you want to do. Lobby leader for her, by the way. 10 kills just now digging over.
Now the page is back to support her as well. That's going to help against damage Champlain trying to put on. Now coming in, Telekinesis lifts up the Drifter. He's stunned out for a little bit. Death Slam comes in to try and follow up, but there's no stun to be found here onto Paradox Lover, who's down to a quarter HP. Might have bitten off a little more than they wanted. Picked up the Tesla bullets, but it's the damage that comes in primarily from Sarion there that bails them out.
At the end of the day, you can peel with damage. Gonna make him run away, right? So, yeah, stun, CC, that's classic peel, but just shoot him in the face. They'll have to turn around. Guardian getting in some trouble here as well. 5% left on it, and Tarbo is able to bring it down. And ultimately, it's gonna be a little free. They're gonna pick up a kill as well. So Tarbo goes ahead and grabs a Guardian and a player. Ivy be fighting in the middle of the jungle. Looks like an upper hand here for Billy. Ivy wants to turn around, stun on cooldown, goes to the sky. And Billy's not going to be able to finish this one easily. Finds a little bit more crowd control, still trying to land these shots. The basic not parried. And Goofy Goob on top.
You never really want to be in a long-range extended fight against a Billy if you can't hit a parry, so that one eventually was just going to go the way. The sustain from Billy at close range is insane, and now Champlain pushing up here onto this left side Guardian. A nice rallying charge to try and hold them off. Telekinesis comes in as well. Big commitments and Lashes down, so great turnaround here from Paradox Lover.
It's got to be an all-in. Need to find this kill. You have just traded 2 ultimates, one of which is a relatively long cooldown and effective in a majority of team fights. Pages. And you don't wind up with the kill? You wind up with enough space created to look for this Guardian. And it looks like the Drifter's still going to hang out here, still going to play a little bit of defense, enough to tag in his teammate Lash. And that left side will be deterred, so a good defense here from McAllister. 15 minutes in, just about. We're tied up.
Yeah, no urn being run just yet, as that one's about to swap sides. A lot of centers coming back up as well. They take about 5 minutes to respawn, and so 5 minutes after 8, you'll naturally see a lot of these coming back up if the teams were aggressive in taking them initially. Left side sure for Champlain, as those team names now have been corrected to the right side. And they've still got all 3 Guardians to try and chew through here.
Gonna be a little bit tough. This is how you start to break it open, though. Infernus decides to get a little active, but immediately gets caught in the black hole. The follow-up for the Gargoyle is gonna be strong. And a nice deterrent, so walk away. Ivy's still surrounded. And Vegetable's able to go ahead and put her down. An abandonment from the Dynamo. Tarbo comes back and takes down Goofy Goober, making it a trade. An important trade. But maybe an unnecessary one. Miele needed some help there, Tarbo. Trade keeps it even.
Turn around. Come and get this Sinner's Sacrifice. That's worth about as much as Wave at the early stages of the game, so always worth it to try and deny from your opponents. As we see Ibuprofen picking up the doubles even, for Champlain. And if they can get these Guardians here, I think Champlain are actually going to be in the lead by just a little bit. A lot of the soul net worth that they're just hanging even at is being tied up in those Guardians. And so as long as they can hold on to this, they're actually doing somewhat alright, but they need to also be able to jungle as we see Ibuprofen doing.
Definitely got to find some of that extra farm. The economy is just so important in the game, and that's really what winds up getting you from sort of like that mid-tier team to a top-tier team, is really finding everything on cooldown. Got to be able to make this laning phase. It's such an important part of the game, and it's really just about a bunch of small decisions. Blue team in some trouble here in the mid lane, pushed out by Grey Talon. The push forward, and the Guardian here in mid will fall down. 17 on the dot. Like you mentioned before, not a surprise there. Our Guardians scale with the time. Backwards, though. They scale down. They get easier to kill, so. Here we are, killing the easy stuff. I didn't mean that, Vegetable. I'm sorry. Tarbo with another one. 15k total souls. Down goes Paradox. Every time the Wraith falls, you got to wince a little bit. The Page pushed in. Nice root, but Lash is here too. Surprise. And Arnhem falls down. 2 dead on McAllister's side. Champlain with only 1. Not a huge opening for anything outlandish here, Soren, but these are the small moments that you want to keep amassing to turn into medium moments later on.
Yeah, quick 2 for 0. Never something that you don't want to get, especially as one of those is onto Paradox Lover. This Ivy putting in a lot of gun damage onto this right side walker, but a good time to back out here for Miele. Seems to have that kind of extra sense of when the enemy are coming in, but now might have been actually caught. Needs to use the airdrop to try and get away. Afterburn ticking down. Not really gonna find the kill. It will at least force Miele to drop a little closer than she'd like.
No harm, no foul. This is audacious from the GT, honestly. And I think, so Grey Talon's able to be this far pushed up, just in the middle of the lane, because of the communication from the squad. The rest of the Champlain champions just said, hey, there's 3 people here on the right side, and Wraith went home. So, GT, get a little aggressive. If you get something cool, good for you, but ultimately nothing doing. But very fun to kind of see that communication front and foremost. Big shot onto Kelvin. And we'll watch that Grey Talon develop.
Surge of Power putting in some pretty solid work there with one of the new items, Recharging Rush. Giving him essentially an extra arrow if he can hit a lot of his gunshots off cooldown, which of course makes it easier with the Rain of Arrows. So I like this Grey Talon build coming out here from Red Hair. Put in some decent work last game as well. We're going to see a bigger fight break out here on the right side.
That's a big damage. I don't know if it's a fight. Page just gets punched. Out of position, out of health. Kaya falls down. McAllister now fighting 5v6. And Champlain, 4 players deep on the right-hand side. They should be able to get this Guardian kinda no problem. The question is what's going to happen in mid. We've got a 2v2 there, and Lash is lurking in case anybody plays defense on this right side. But Champlain, easy peasy. And that mid lane will stay decent. But peep the West Side story. The Walker is getting pushed by Abrams while the rest of the team does this for the Guardian. Vegetable's able to take down Tarbo. How dare you show up and play defense? So down goes the Dynamo on the right-hand side, and the Walker is taken. McAllister, great play there. Champlain got to be looking at their map. Billy in trouble running away.
People been trying to kill me since I was in the womb.
Didn't get hit the second time either. Good for him.
Just the Page that time. Can't really get a whole lot of good knockdowns with those books with the low bullet velocity. But as you said, that's an effective trade there for McAllister, especially because Paradox Lover took that walker by himself. And that's a lot of souls given over to your presumable carry to try and outscale V9 here, who's got 9k. Gotta imagine he's going to be picking up the Ricochet at about the same time as last game. That'll accelerate his farm quite a bit. He's going to be so much more dangerous here in about 5-10 minutes. So, McAllister, rather, need to find something in the meantime. Lash gets slowed up here, trying to enter the secret shop to find this Dynamo. Tarbo been kind of caught out of position again. The black hole earlier, not able to find much, now gets comboed out and is losing the 1v1 to the Mo, but he's got backup coming in now. Abrams misses the shoulder charge. Owl comes in, doesn't find anything. Who can get their abilities on first? And it seems like that'll be on to the Lash, the Door, and Saryon both down. And things get turned on. An effective collapse from McAllister.
2 players down here for Champlain. A great bait. Just me. Follow me. Just follow me. Oh, surprise. Here's my friends in the cut. 2 separate players waiting outside for Champlain. And easy to make that 2-0. Great run there from Tarbo. Honestly, look good first, right? Like, combo in, all right. See ya. But well played by McAllister. And again, I brought it up earlier. Sometimes you can see the comms. Like, we're obviously not in their VC, but I could see that call happen on the minimap, right? And that's so much fun to watch. Earn call.
Yeah, they've got so much space on the map. McAllister just took a walker with minions. Nobody there to take it. And now all 6 of them, it looks like, are rotating to this urn. This is great. Improvement. You know, the first urn we saw in the game last time was probably the 30-minute mark. And this one being taken 10 minutes earlier by McAllister. They've only got 2 people to work through here. So after they work through the Spear Snare, I imagine that this is going to be an extra 4k souls going over their way. Their walkers are getting pushed, though. They need to effectively escape.
Have to. The walker in blue is already going to be under attack. Mid lane's getting pushed, and the team fights on the right-hand side. Half HP for the Dynamo already, while Billy chases down the Abra. That's a tanky boy, though, Billy. In trouble as Dynamo gets whacked. Brought down to half HP. Billy trying to stay out of it and play on the outskirts of the team fight. GT up top. Now it's going to be the bite back here for Champlain as McAllister has overstayed their welcome. They're on the way out. One player gets chased down. Lash looking for the big man, and a couple of shots will bring it home. See you, Dynamo. Insanity punishes the overextension. The walker on the left side goes down. So Champlain get the mid walker, they get the left walker, and they go ahead and they take Tarbo out of the game. That's one of the bigger moments in game number 2. Champlain looking at putting themselves in position of the driver's seat.
Yeah, they're still only ahead by about 2k, but that is a big swing in tempo as it felt like McAllister were getting ahead quite far there. But it's kind of the same thing that happened in game 1 early on, where McAllister recognized the right play. They recognized that they need to bring everyone. But then they just stay a little too long. It's not indecision necessarily, it's inefficiency about not being able to complete your task quickly and get back to the rest of the map. And so now their right side walker, the last one, is getting pushed. Champlain, I feel like, could risk the same thing as McAllister. They're overstaying their welcome, and now they're getting got on. Goofy Goober gets burst down very quickly, but he's still alive, and the combo and the Death Slam come in, trying to catch Paradox Lover, who's got the Project Mind to be able to get out of there, and he will be able to be safe. Goober also gets away.
If I'm McAllister, I push W. There are still players here in local. Lash is looking for something. He's trying to be cute. I get it. But you have numbers. Paige showed up. Kaya's ready to go. Ultimates on McAllister. Not too many. No horses. So really, it's just going to be a straight-up neutral fight. But they're going to be able to wiggle out. Mo and Krill. Okay. Well, thought maybe. Tarbo makes sure it's definitely. And the door falls down. Relatively quiet for Mo and Krill. I feel like we've just seen the first couple of instances from this player in game 2, and we're 25 minutes in.
Yeah, Mo is one of those ones where you need good team coordination to capitalize on it because, I mean, noted several times last game that he's not able to put out much damage, but if you can get a combo and have a teammate there ready to follow up, you've certainly put in enough value. The problem is that you have to have the coordination to make that happen. And just a couple of times that's fallen short for the Champlain champions. And kind of was the same story last game where McAllister got some combos that weren't effectively followed up on. So I'd love to see them honestly just like babysit this Mo. Just sit on top of him, wait for him to go combo, and then kill the Templos right there in front of you.
That's Mo and Krill 101. That's how you play around your teammate Mo and Krill, right? Just like, hey, you got somebody yet? Bang. It's the whole thing. It's really not complicated at all, and I am definitely not diminishing how difficult the game is whatsoever. 26 minutes in, and we've got a tie game here. Honestly, McAllister's carries have had a fantastic game. They had a fantastic early game. But here's the other side about the fun 6v6 element of Deadlock. Champlain just choose not to fight the Wraith. All of these team fights they're winning, they just make sure Wraith isn't there. And that's why they've been able to kind of keep, despite the fact that Paradox Love Harbo, for what it's worth, have gotten very, very rich without trying or dying.
And they just need to wait for Infernus to kind of repeat his performance from last time. Good stunt here onto Ibuprofen, but there's the Mo combo, and you do have the damage to follow it up with this time. Drifter making short work of the Abrams. They're in deep into the McAllister side of the map, though, and Abrams has enough sustain to be able to get out, and now a black hole comes in. Ivy trying to find the damage, but she goes down. Nothing there for Miele. Dynamo trying to make something happen here with 300 HP, but he will go down as well. Champlain are somehow taking this fight, but now here comes the Wraith Paradox Lover getting his due diligence. And Ibuprofen goes down. Big Death Slam catches all the members of McAllister left in this fight, and the Kelvin Dome comes in afterwards, but can't save Paradox Lover, and everything just goes wrong here.
Big takedown for Paradox Lover to fall down here. There was a moment in that team fight where Paradox Lover got the response kill, and if Wraith was alone devices, we might even see that one player turn the fight around. Champlain champions, fantastic target prio. As soon as Paradox Lover got that kill sword, did you see how quickly Champlain just went, shoot that guy, just very quickly. And Paradox fell over, and the rest of them sat like dominoes. Well played by Champlain.
Good follow-up as well. They're catching their waves, they're catching the mid-boss, and took down the base guardians this time. They actually recognized, hey, they're all 6 dead, let's get something here. And so the mid-boss will go their way. Likely there's no way for them for McAllister to be able to come back and to push out to get here. And that leaves them up souls, up a mid-boss, and up a set of base guardians, which do give you a little bit more freedom to roam around on the map without increased zip speed. So if they're able to look out on this advantage in the next couple of minutes.
Such a fantastically different game.
There you go.
From game number 1. As Miele gets caught out, can't be there. It's just that simple. Champlain they've got this momentum. They've got this wind in their sails that we did not see game number 1. So some momentum here for the champions. And looking to swing it. All right, Coach Soren. They've got their mid-boss. Where does Champlain go now?
Earn.
Easy. Earn. Run it.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. That's the main way that you try and force a fight when you've got a lead. You will either force a team fight where you've got 3 extra lives, and V9 is farming up a storm over here. No Dynamo ult, no Kelvin Gnome for another couple of seconds at least. You either get that fight, or you get an extra couple thousand souls for your entire team, and either outcome is good with you. What you want is for a couple of your Reju players to get picked off like this. And the Mo and the Infernus, as potent as they are, if McAllister turn this, they could catch a couple of kills and then the follow-up and kill them again. But not this time. It looks like they're a little bit too scared of the rest of Champlain showing up and taking that team fight.
I'm torn here, and this is where it's very easy to be one of those annoying, argumentative commentators. Like, I think you should have pushed that, obviously, but you nailed it. McAllister was like, yo, we've been burned a couple of times by overstaying our welcome. There's only 2 people here, but if we jump on them, they'll CC us and kill it. They didn't know that everybody was across the map, so intelligent choices here. Now, it's time to go in. And McAllister going to be looking for that backline Wraith. And she's wiggling away. So much movement from her. And so McAllister are looking for this Wraith to do the work. Disarmed for now. And look how far away from the front line she's staying. Paradox Lover knows exactly. Oh, Drifter out of nowhere, surprise! And Wraith gets walked up on, but ultimately pushes Drifter away. Half HP for the Lurker. And he'll get brought down even lower and sent packing. So 2 rejuve charges wiped off as Red Snare takes down Ensatsu.
Where is Infernus in this fight? He's sitting over there doing his own thing, off in Narnia, having tea with Aslan on the left side of the map, where the rest of his team is trying to push. They're giving their all for this Walker, and including 2 rejuves. Can't really take that fight if you're Champlain without V9 present. And so McAllister, they do lose 2 players for 2 rejuves, which is effectively a good trade for Champlain, but that could have been much, much worse for them if Infernus was on the same page as the rest of his team.
It's one of those farming too much moments, which is wild because when you start playing competitive, when you start playing Deadlock, period, not even competitive, you just like, you learn that you always learn your ABCs, always be clearing, right? Like you always need to be farming. And then at a certain point, you find yourself as the lobby souls leader and you're not in the fights because you're still clearing. So finding that comfortable moment, it's a game feel thing, and it's an experience thing, and it honestly is a team specific thing. Like obviously you get some carry instincts, sure, but knowing when your team needs you to show up, how greedy you can be, these are all things that you learn over time as Sunny gets caught out. Another Kelvin, very quiet this match.
Yeah, the one big dome that we saw from him wasn't quite enough to save Paradox Lover, and Champlain are starting to get some work out of this Mo. We called it a little bit earlier that you need to be roaming around as a duo, finding someone with the combo and following up with the damage. They've done a great job of that since then, with the Door and Ibuprofen mainly being the ones to be there. And now an additional kill onto the page means that this fight gets a lot harder for McAllister. You might be in your base, but you're down 2. I don't know if Paradox Lover can really carry this fight for them, because V9 is already ahead by 3k over that Wraith. Coming in with damage, manages to find the takedown onto Tarbo. Things are going from bad to worse here for McAllister.
Big damage onto the Abrams, and it's enough to take him out. 4 players on the Champlain champion start sieging the base. Mid lane is their point of entry.
Whoa.
And the Lash will show up, toss him on the ground, dig a hole, and put him under it. Shrines are the target. 6 people down. Sunny will res, but it's a lonely Kelvin against the Illuminati. Right side Shrine, toast. Left side Shrine, butter on said toast. And it's time to eat. Champlain came into game 2 hungry.
That's right. They're taking this base. No more hesitation. No more safe plays here. They are going all in. Now, you might have to back off after this first phase, Patron. They will do so nicely. But you got a lot out of that. You're now 30k ahead. Patron dropped. You're also going to take this left side Walker as Goofy Goober recognized that he could take that time off, let his team take the base. So now full flex slots. This game is entirely in Champlain Champion's command. A little bit of a contest here from Tarbo. They won't actually get that walk. Quite tanky at this point in the game with the other 2 already dead, but still got pressure here. And the world's your oyster.
Reinforcements showing up from the McAllister base to the right side, so Champlain has to fall back here. Got scared, thought Billy was going to walk back up. Not this time. And that's my biggest statement about Game 2, Soren. Champlain made a lot of mistakes in Game 1. And, you know, Game 2 isn't perfect, but man, have I seen a marked improvement from specific things that we criticized Champlain about before. Like for the way they just sieged that base, and instead of saying, no, I'll do the Sinners instead, that was an outright objective mistake, and here they fixed it. And honestly, many other examples throughout game number 2. That's esports, baby.
Gotta wonder if they've got a coach watching the stream, just like taking all that feedback, taking notes, putting it in. But yeah, that's exactly what we want to see from these teams, is making these game-to-game adjustments and learning how to play the game of Deadlock a bit better, especially from these Group 3 teams, maybe a bit lower ranked. If you can just show that you can improve, that is the most important thing that you can show throughout the season. And that'll enable you to get a clean record by the end of it.
A lot of fun kind of coming out here and repping your school, earning the points. And it's fun, you know, like having the real organized. We run the whole season, point values and everything, and thinking like macro and micro as far as like point values and trying to honestly just win your games, right? But like you got to be crafty and think about strength of schedule. And it winds up just being more of the sport than just the game. And I think there's a lot of fun here. And of course, then you get into like the real world of like collegiate esports and how much of a community it is. You're able to kind of meet people from these different schools and then beat them at Deadlock. That's fun too.
It's all friendly rivalry here.
Oh yeah.
But Champlain, maybe the friendlier rivals in this case. Having a little discussion here. All right. Team huddle. What are we
Just
doing?
hanging out.
What's the plan?
They're deciding who gets the box.
Well, Insanity comes in. He wants that one as well. Wants a piece of the pie. He's the one to take it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
betrayal.
he just took it. It's like, what are you guys thinking about?
What's going on? They're trying to person on the wave and see if McAllister pounce. They've got 4 people to answer, but McAllister go elsewhere. They find this Infernus here on the right side. And he's been completely caught out in the middle of the team, trying to trade his life for Paradox Lover, but might not even get that, as the entirety of McAllister Esports have avoided the trap. There's nobody here to pounce from Champlain Champions. But the Infuser, they've still not got the anti-heal.
Vegetable, fantastic. Little bit of trouble, lot of bit of healing. Insanity winds up getting kill number 4 here. By the way, unanswered. He hasn't died in a minute. And as a result, McAllister's right side walker winds up getting real close. And it looks like it will fall down right side. Great job here from Champlain as they were able to push. And game 1 was pretty tight. Game 2, champions all day long. A giant 50,000 souls to end the game. Ivy's going to show up and try to play some sort of defense, but everybody doing exactly what their name says. First time on the field, and they're champions.
There you go, 2-0. Rather long games. It took a minute to get there, but Champlain definitely showing the better macro game overall, I'd say. They had a plan coming into these fights. They executed on it. Vegetable being the clear-cut MVP of this team, just putting in so much work on this Infernus. Not really an answer from McAllister. We noted a couple of items that they could have picked up. The Slowing Hex, Curse, anti-heal items, and just none of it was really there, and that enabled Vegetable to really just play any kind of game that he wanted. You see the 6 kill streak, 20k objective damage, most souls, most assists, most kills. It's almost got the full constellation there.
Definitely the star chart here. You know, something interesting that was kind of fun to watch here was game number 1, Champlain Champions kind of came through and played through their Victor pretty heavily, specifically with like just this great bait play. He would walk in, make everybody bump their ultimate buttons, and then heal to full, and then laugh as his team punished the team that didn't have any ultimates anymore. And Infernus kind of felt like it filled that a very similar role. We saw Infernus kind of get jumped on that right side. That kind of ended the game here, Soren. He was by himself, gets jumped on, heals to full, and then his team's like, what up, dude? And just cleans up on aisle 7. Very, very fun to watch that style of play.
Yeah, and you see the scoreboard there. Top damage actually picked up by Tarbo there on the Dynamo. Impressive work coming out from him in both games, really. I enjoyed his 7 play in game 1. Definitely an effective build coming out from him. And then the Dynamo had a couple of nice moments, clean kills and effective ultimates. In the end, though, it is a 6-player game, and all around, I'd say the average level from Champlain Champions was just that next level up. And so they've got, I believe it's 7 more weeks in the season to show us what they're made of, but effective start here from them, 2-0.
Absolutely. Seeing their growth from game 1 to game 2 makes me very excited to see their growth from week 1 to week 2 to week 3 to week 4, because we're going to be here the whole time. And guess what? We're still not done tonight. Congratulations to Champlain. They take the field for the first time, getting their 2-0. But coming up next, we've got Texas A&M, the Maroon Squad, and they're going up against UNL. These guys are good. We'll see you at the game.
just speeds things up. Pride!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lamps pursuit of power, fireworks and stars.
speeds things up. Pride!
jazz singer?
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lantern on the floor. Pursuit of power, fireworks and
Hello, what's good? And welcome back to College Deadlock as we move on to our second series of our inaugural day of our second season. That's Soren. I'm Dot. And we've got a good one for you. We've got University of Nebraska-Lincoln going head-to-head against the Aggies, the Maroon Squad. That's Texas A&M. And these guys, now our first matchup, brand new to our scene. Haven't played yet. Now these teams have been around. They got into the playoffs. I'm looking at you, Texas A&M, and even University of Nebraska-Lincoln. Strong players in their own right, did well in some other tournaments on the scene. So, Soren, we got known entities here. We got a match.
Yeah, this one, I feel like the quality of play is going to be noticeably higher between these teams. No Echo Shard Abrams to be found here, but we are going to see some solid deadlock between them as we take a look at the rosters coming on here. Texas Aggies, they do have a lot of the same players from last season. They were in Season 1. Gigabyte, Macro Jesus, Pist, Plague, Johnny, and Encore coming in for them. Nebraska Esports, these guys are in a lot of different spaces around Deadlock right now, getting a lot of comp practice in. Shromo, Cloud, Arctic, Neptic, Sometime, and Skelly coming in for them. Two veteran rosters in here.
Strong players across the board, and of course this makes it fun because now when you've got teams like this that their players are known entities around the scene, they know each other, they've seen each other play time and time again, and now you have sort of the real meta game, not characters and tier lists and itemization, but the game outside of the game. You're playing against players just as much. Like, these players know each other, and this is where it gets fun. Honestly, this is really where we start to see the turn up and more specific target bans and plays of that nature. So eager to see how this one kind of wiggles out and winds up going, because we do have some competition here. P's and B's, pretty please. Nebraska Esports going to start us off. We'll jump into the bans. Earlier we saw Yamato banned out, pretty standard. Fair, very strong. Bebop banned out. Players don't like dealing with the hooks. And the Shiv going to get banned out as well. Soren, earlier you were talking a little bit about the current state of the game. A little bit of a tank meta world?
Yes, Shiv is strong in that because he's not only got a bit of the tankiness himself, he's effectively able to cut down the tank's health bar by however much he's able to execute for at the moment. So that execute, when he's got the max ultimate, can be reset throughout teamfights and really put in pressure on a lot of squads here. So that's taken out for Nebraska Esports. Abrams on the other side, the choice for Texas Aggies White. We saw a small glimmer of what that Abrams can do in our last match, but if he were allowed to be able to pick here, we certainly would see a lot more of it coming out from squads like these. So Nebraska Esports now get the first pick. Billy or Yamato is my question here, because I don't think there's a lot of other options coming in. One team's going to get one, the other's going to get the other, and we would tend to expect to see that. Pocket also a viable pick here if you just want to counter all of the tankiness coming in, but a couple options.
And it will be the Billy. Ding, ding, ding. We do have a winner. But yeah, that's pretty much where we're seeing the teams kind of prioritizing these frontline tanky characters and then filling in the spots afterwards. Because, you know, at the end of the day, I think a lot of the and this is pure subjection. Feel free to, you know, disagree with the comments. But I feel like the carries are more transposable than the controllers, right? Like if you play one carry, you can play them all. But I think it's easier to translate those carries to, like, hey, you play Mo and Krill, can you just pick up the Dynamo today? That's asking a little bit more. So you prioritize the control characters that you're comfortable with, that your team knows how to play around, and then you go ahead and deal with that. So the Initiator on the other side, we've got Pocket selected first and foremost. You're still batting 1,000, Soren. Who's next?
Surely Yamato. Surely you picked that up from the front line here for Texas Aggies. But, you know, I think there are other options available. You could go for a bit of that damage in the Lady Geist, or perhaps later on the Mina. But as you said, yeah, a lot of those M1 carries are transposable, not only in terms of skill set, but also their power level at the moment. We've had a lot of metas where there's like one standout carry. You want your Infernus, or your Warden, or your Mirage, or your Wraith, or whatever. It's not really true of this meta at the moment. You can go with any of those, or like Geist, and still do relatively fine. So Texas Aggies Maroon here, a bit bucking my expectations. Go with the really early Paradox instead.
Big pick. A little bit of control. Honestly, the paradox is I like wide characters. Not Dynamo. I mean characters that can do a whole bunch of things, right? And
Okay.
so earlier I was talking about Ivy and how she's very flexible. You can kind of do anything you want in the direction of build. Paradox does a lot of things, right? You can find just that one-to-one pick. You can find just some strong damage. She really brings a lot to the team. She's tough to play. You got to find those moments, and your team's got to play around it correctly. So I don't mind it being picked early. I think there's a lot of power on the character. Maybe not as much as Yamato right now per the temperature outside, but the Paradox character, I think, it's like a confidence pick for me when I see it early picked. I'm like, all right, you're giving yourself a tool. Let's see you use it.
Yeah, we've seen Paradox kind of fall in the draft priority a lot lately. Kind of in favor of like the Holiday or Bebop for a lot of these teams. So it's interesting to see if Texas Aggies have a plan here with this Paradox. I really want to see it work out. I think that Paradox has been underrated, but that's going to be for Texas Aggies to prove here. You know, they're the ones with the onus, but they've given away all of the big beefy health bars in the game so far, as well as the Lash now, the team utility for Nebraska Esports being picked up as well. So what's their plan here? Are they going for a really evasive comp and just kind of avoid around the front line? That's interesting.
Could be tough. Still a number of options as far as frontline is concerned for Maroon, and that was going to be my question, was the Lash on the other side, does that then demand the Kelvin selection? And Maroon will answer said demand, like exactly where we want to go here. So first half of the draft done here for Nebraska UNL, and we've got Billy, Yamato, and Lash, and that is pretty standard fare. The Billy and the Yamato is, a lot of people are just going to tell you, wow, great draft. I don't need to see it like that. You've done a very good job already. And then across the way, the Pocket, the Paradox, and the Kelvin, this is less objectively powerful and exciting. But I think, like you said, seeing the Paradox show up, that's pretty cool. Kelvin will directly interact negatively with the Lash. And then, of course, the Pocket. Nobody likes to play against Pocket, and so Pocket's Pocket. So that's what they're going to do. So you've got something here as well. I think Nebraska have raw power on their side of the wall with the first half done, but I'm hoping to see what the Aggies going to bring us later.
I think the Aggies are going to ban Page here. No, it's the Mirage. Okay, I was trying to get that in before they got the ban, hoping for the prediction, because with no Rim being allowed here, if the Aggies take Kelvin, ban Page, that's all of the best support's gone for Nebraska Esports, not enough to back up that tank pressure, but instead they try and target the damage, which is kind of interesting because I feel like Nebraska still have several options open to them. They've got, well, they don't have the Geist anymore, as they've chosen to ban that one away for both sides, but as we said, the Wraith, Infernus still available to be picked here. A couple other options available for them as well, and you don't even necessarily need an M1 carry if the rest of your team does enough damage as well. Like Billy, Yamato, Lash, they've all got not negligible amounts of damage available to them. Aggies, though, going to pick up the Wraith. If I remember correctly, Wraith and Kelvin have been kind of their bread and butter for a lot of their existence, so I think they're more than happy to get their comfort picks here.
These are characters that have definitely been around for a long time. And it's funny watching Wraith kind of come in and out, but when she is strong, people just lock her and, well, she's Wraith. So she just gets it done. And Kelvin, also kind of an evergreen character. Funny, he's the winter guy, but yeah, you can kind of really not go wrong grabbing a Kelvin on your team, especially if there's a Lash across the way. But speaking of grabbing players, the Bebop shows up, banned out in the entirety of match number 1, so now we get to see the hook and pull here. Bebop has been kind of interesting watching this iteration of Bebop be played and figure out where they want to go with the new changes to the bomb and everything, and seeing just really is just that good, friends, and that's what they're going to be leaning on pretty heavily. So look for Nebraska Esports along with the page here, so some lockdown as well. You're right, no M1 carry just yet, but a lot of pick potential and, well, a lot of beef as well. Big techs.
Yeah, and Bebop almost kind of slides in that category as well with the changes to Uppercut, giving him that max HP on Uppercut. He can survive in these fights for a surprisingly long time, and that beam puts in work as well in the fights. You know, you typically think of either bomb or gun for Bebop, but now he's sort of been building in the ultimate direction. You still get bomb stacks as much as you can, but that Hyper Beam can really shut down a Paradox or a Pocket who puts in a little bit too deep, especially if he's backed up by some of the rest of this damage from Nebraska. Yeah, I'm curious to see what their last pick will be. I know that, if I can reference my sheet here, get to the right Alt tab. The Geist is a favorite of Shromo, but Warden is also one of his favorites there as their carry player, so Warden, I think, a very viable last pick for them. Calico going to be taken away now by Texas Aggies. I was a little bit surprised that we didn't see Nebraska pick that one up, because Cloud is a proficient Calico player. It's truly scary to behold, but he's going to have his Lash available to him. And we've seen Lash and Bebop sync up a lot of times in these higher ranked matches, just for the amount of disruption that they put out, and also the ability to effectively combine their kits. We see them in lane together a lot as well, so we'll see if that's the plan here for Nebraska Esports. I would not hate Lash, Bebop, Yamato with their 6th, and then Billy Page. Just effective lanes for them. Maybe get
That'd be fun to watch.
Up, but, yeah.
No, I feel you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I think...
McGinnis. Peak.
Hello? All right, Soren, your turn. McGinnis locked in. What's up?
Explain this one. Well, I'm just a McGinnis fan. Anyone who's cast with me before knows that I am the McGinnis one trick of the squad, so always happy to see my girl get picked up in competitive games where she's not the greatest, but she will definitely try and put in work here. I'm hoping to see that this is kind of a position sort of carry. Your Wraith is obviously going to be your highest target for a lot of the farm, and Pocket and Calico are going to need some as well, but McGinnis can put in damage here against some of the Nebraska Esports players. She's going to struggle if caught without the wall, though, so really going to have to play safe in a lot of these engagements. But even if you don't go for the more gun carry side of things, you can have her as like an additional healer and just kind of put in debuffs with the turrets. So a couple of viable options here for Aggies with that last pick, but an interesting one for sure.
Brand new season, right? You got a lot of room for activities, a lot of, potential. There's room for losses. And in the end of the day, in the early part of the season, like, don't get me wrong, play to win every game, but practice oddball strategies and bring them to the big stage, right? First game of the year doing it? Okay, I'm here for it, man. Exciting. Thanks for putting on a show. Hayes locked in as the last selection across the way for UNL. And so we do get the Mouse One carry here for Nebraska Esports along the assassin line. So Texas Aggies will deal with that with all of this weirdness. We've got the Paradox, we've got the Turret Mommy, we've got some weird stuff here, which should be fun to watch. The Pocket going to primarily start a lot of these engagements, and Calico's going to be looking to catch people out of position. As far as Nebraska's approach, I mean, they got a bunch of tanks, Soren, but who are they playing through besides the Hayes?
Yeah, that's a really good question, because I'm not even convinced that Hayes is going to be an M1 carry here. What we've seen from Hayes in a lot of higher tier play is that she's more of like an assassin, as you were saying.
Yeah.
Find this Wraith in the jungle, sync up with maybe a Bebop to try and lock someone down and kill them before the rest of their team can respond. So that might be the thinking here, but then, yeah, you're right. Where is the large amount of team fight damage for this comp? You've got a lot of people who put down some damage, but if the game goes late, you really got to think that Texas Aggies are just pulling out ahead here with the amount of late-game teamfight that they have between Frozen Shelter, Wraith damage, putting in the time swaps to start things off, the Affliction. Like, they've just got a better late-game team comp here. So Nebraska Esports, I feel like, are going to have to pull off some really effective mid-game roams and start building that tempo early on.
Maybe we see Mage Rage Page. maybe would you see pure damage paid? I mean, we're out here waiting for the game to start, friends. UNL
It's been a long
definitely
while
have an
since Gunpage has
interesting
been
draft.
semi-viable.
We're out.
I don't
you
think
know
she was
what?
ever viable, but it's been a long time since she's even been tried.
Well, the Aggies picked McGinnis, so you know what? Happy Valentine's Day.
Sure.
No response. Winner. Game 1, friends. This is going to be a barn burner. Nebraska Esports going head-to-head against the Texas Aggies. Their Maroon squad. And you can see the rally cries coming out right away. Bebop and Hayes on the right-hand side here for Nebraska. Mid lane is going to be dominated here by the Yamato. And then all the way on the left side, that's where we've shoved over that Lash. So looking at the Calico, I'm curious as to how the McGinnis will go ahead and hang out. McGinnis and the Paradox. So the two weirdos laning together here in the mid lane. Very fun for us. Elvin maintains control over here on the left-hand side. And Wraith, that late game carry, tucked over in the right lane. And we'll see you at 20 minutes.
Yeah, not quite the lanes that I expected from Nebraska. They're going to choose to put Skelly on this page over in here in mid with the Yamato. Another effective lane pairing, but that leaves the Lash and Bebop split up, paired with the Billy and Hayes respectively. So kind of a combination of CC and damage in both lanes. This mid lane is going to be rough for Texas Aggies because, I mean, you see it already. The McGinnis is down to half HP. She's got the Spectre to keep topped up, but she's going to struggle to deal with the Yamato getting on top of her all lane, especially when she's got the page barriers to back it up. So Neptic, looking for him to have a really big game coming in here at the start. Already the rest of the shot up and increase the sustain of that Yamato.
Blue everywhere.
Great wall. I didn't quite see
need
it,
to
but
point
like
that
that
out.
must have been a wall for the page to have been that late coming into the fight.
Even better. You're like, I mean, I just assumed that McGinnis did a highlight reel play. I mean, she's McGinnis.
That's the
Of
only
course
way
she
you
did.
killed Neptic there. It's the only way.
And wonderful, as all jokes aside, cool to see the first blood come as a result of the oddball pick character, right? Like, we don't see much, and guess what? The wall got you. That side of picking a character lower on the popularity list, or, you know, in the tier list, so to speak, they're kind of connected there, is the idea that, well, you just don't play against her a lot. And so you might get tripped up once or twice. Realistically, as the game goes on, it's not about the okie dokes. It's about what actually she brings to this composition. And so you were talking about two different directions, either gun carry or some debuffs and just turret spam. So we'll see which direction the Aggies decide to take McGinnis and where she winds up going. But right now, the Aggies continue to provide pressure in this mid lane. So first blood as a result of the McGinnis, and now pressure. Paige and Yamato still not healthy, and they're back in this lane after losing the fight.
See the intensifying mag in the quick buy queue. I am a happy McGinnis main, but yeah, now you've got your cooldowns. You can continue to pressure this lane, or now that we're past 2 minutes, you can go and farm boxes to your heart's content. Take some of these small camps, but now a parry onto Jonali. Fantastic work from Stromo. That'll be a kill over here in this left side lane. And plenty of time to be able to go and take those camps. So, Nebraska strike back.
Fantastic individual play there. Stromo just, does exactly what he needs to do. No further analysis necessary. Cloud in some trouble, though. Low HP. Obviously has the sustain built into the kit, so shouldn't be too terrible. Taking negative trades on that guy isn't always so negative. That's what makes him so frustrating to lane against.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all read the lore. You know who he is.
That's right, and now we're starting to see those box runs really start to come in. You see 3 members of Texas Aggies going wide across the map, pocket all the way back behind his own walker, just to let these M1 carries try and get some more souls, take the solo waves, and if you get the boxes, you're almost keeping up with that, as you see, despite the early kill. Gigabyte is up here at 3.5k, about to get that paradoxical swap online. Encore goes fairly low on this McGinnis, and Plague goes down as well. Nebraska once again getting the better. Now Cloud's got this Death Slam.
Calico's by herself. Grabbed, though. Big play. And able to wiggle away. Okay, good. So Billy almost. But not today. Bridge
How good?
buffs
How good
taken.
was that chain?
It was good, bad.
About the side of it. Well, Plague back in. No Ice Dome quite yet ready to come online. John Lee also missing that ultimate. Now the swap misses from Gigabyte. Not able to find this Yamato. She's trying to just clear this wave. McGinnis, you know, like her or hate her, one of the things that she does really, really well is shove you under your Guardian. Make sure those waves get up, so you have to be able to poke her out. And over here on this left side, that is the name of the game. The Death Slam comes in, finds Jonathan without his ultimate. No Calico escape, ready to come on in. Stromo able to capitalize on that missed parry, and that is a second death for the Calico. It's off to a rough start.
Not a great look, especially for a character who kind of needs to do well in the early game so that she can start rotating like you want her to. An early engagement here from the Wraith. Choked up and now, ooh, choking the engagement. Ult comes out from Paige. And that's unfair of me. That wasn't a real choke necessarily. That was just good defense from the other side. My bad, Macro. So a good answer from Nebraska Esports as they deter that engagement. Looking at the lanes real quick, it's going to be some pressure from the yellow team in mid and pressure from the blue team on left. Calico will deal with the defending Billy, but we've got a larger engagement here in the mid as Lash tries to run away.
Let's kill Kelvin.
And Kelvin's going to chase him.
And one of the key differences that we're seeing in this match is you see just how many rotations both these teams are making compared to our first series. Like, we saw a couple of times they'd go into mid, and that was about it a bit later on. But here, as soon as 5 minutes hits, bridge buffs come up and people start rotating all over the place. You see John Lee backstabber, that's increased speed anytime he goes. We saw both members of the right side lane from Texas Aggies rotating to mid. And just get back just in time. A great hook here from Arctic. Bullet Dance tries to catch out Macro, but he will eventually get found. Again, that Hyper Beam, the damage cannot be underestimated. And now it's Pist who has to find something. PST, not on his time.
Trust. Tries to get in. Rust. See you later. Arctic again. This one right after the ultimate. Pocket hid for the ult and died to the regular. You hate to see it. Calico might get her bite back here. 2 deaths in a row without a kill. Bang! Turned around, and it's on Stromo. That's the revenge kill. Stromo played a fantastic early game and just trips up here. Extending a little bit too much and giving Calico a little bit of a bite back. So 4.9k for her, getting back on into it. She was a little lower than she would have liked. So back where she should be, or at least in a position to get there.
That's right, but the kill comes on back onto Plague. Stromo's back in the mix. And that's a full HP Billy chasing down your Kelvin. Not quite what you need if you're Texas Aggies. And 8 minutes comes up here. Now we're going to really start to see the macro differences play a big part in how these centers get taken. This is where things start to break down if you're not quite as coordinated, because you need to get everywhere on the map at once. Take these centers as fast as possible.
And the thing about taking the centers as fast as possible, like when we talk about the differences, you know, looking at the less coordinated teams versus this one, it's not just about taking the centers, it's about taking care of the lane so you can go get the center, right? Like, it's all of the other homework you have to do before you can get there. As Skeely is handed in here and not passing. Down goes the Paige. And so big yellow push on the right side, but a scrum on the left as Gigabyte takes out Neptic here. So 2 Nebraska deaths in a row.
And a Guardian as well. That mid falls. A lot of space opened up on the map for Texas Aggies.
And the left side looks like Aggies wanted to get active, and they might have been too aggressive here. Calico behind enemy lines deep, and there are 3 people here. Yeah, John Lee's able to grab 1, but the trade out is inevitable. So the 1-for-1 exchange, and then we walk away. Still pressure from Nebraska elsewhere, but this left side has been Texas's place to play.
It's all been gummed up over there. Not a whole lot of Guardian damage on that side. You see in both the other lanes, There's been pressure from one side or the other. Now they're trying to continue in here onto Neptic. We said we needed a big game from him after they put faith in him with the Page in lane, and caught out a couple of times here. Post-Guardian fail. And now, I mean, you got him again as pushing the Walker at 10 minutes. Like, you are happy with that. You forced another Nebraska player to come over and rotate. And great timing from there, recognizing exactly when Nebraska would be there to catch. Gets away safely.
The push on the right side is going to fall back. I thought they were going to push into that Guardian once the response to mid happened. They opt not to. It's probably the correct choice, but interesting just to see the way the teams balance. The response comes and you immediately fall back. What do you do now? And the answer for the Aggies, instead of pushing that right side Guardian, was instead to just look for the centers and look for the jungle. And again, that's going to be the difference, is MOBA's kills are a means to an end. You're looking for economy so that you can take care of structures. You can win the game with 0 kills, friends. Getting a kill gives you economy and space to take out these OBJs. Charge misses, and Billy's like, good enough for me. And he's out. Guardian down.
Did his job, escaped. That's all you can ask for here. Looking for the same from Sometime, as they've managed to take down that Guardian. It's a 1-for-1 on each side of the map, but Arctic goes down in trade. They're looking to not give any more. Johnny will go down in mid, as Texas Aggies again trying to push that Walker a little bit too early, and Neptic this time has backup. He's brought his big brothers in to try and stop the push, and they're going to get a couple of kills off of it.
McGinnis gets grabbed and the dash in. Oh no, Yamato might be in more trouble than she caused. And TuneCore gets tuned up. A+ for the full health lash. Really no threat against that guy at all in that moment. Can't say the same about Billy. Threatened from all angles in the dome, sent back home. Shromo falls on down. Thumbs up to the Kelvin. And the assist from the rest of the squad. So 1-1 again, tied up. Just over 10 minutes. And the Guardians basically fallen down. But our Walkers are all standing up.
And that means that the next objective in sight for Nebraska is this urn. 12 minutes, they've secured the control of it. That means that they can dictate the tempo, when to take it in, when to keep it. You do just have to get it to that little blue box, instead of having to stand there for a minute while turning it in now. Relatively recent changes. Texas Aggies recognize this. They're going to bring 4 players to this right side and try and deny the Lash from just slam dunking from the top ropes. So Nebraska can choose with that either to take the fight or just pressure elsewhere on the map. It looks like this is going to be a full-on brawl.
Yamato's on the bridge.
And it should be. You got a tie. You just you confidence check, and if the answer is yes, you push on in. Solern is returned for Nebraska, and they've got the beam from up top. Plague is able to take down not just 1 but 2, and here's the dive kick. Death Slam is okay, and Cloud isn't. 3 in Nebraska jerseys sitting down. Gigabyte feeling good about that one. The Paradox with 5 straight kills here. And the Texas Aggies just keep on finding it. But again, the urn goes to Nebraska, so it's tied up.
It does, and you're glad about that, because if that went wrong, then the entire team fight was essentially a disaster for you. But Gigabyte, great use of the counterspell, negating all of the follow-up from the Death Slam. You can also use it to just not get picked up in the first place, but Gigabyte saw an opportunity to bait out cooldowns and went for it. So now, both teams just trying to be as efficient on the map as possible. You see Johnny clearing out those mid boxes. That's worth about as much as any camp you can take at this point in the game. And Texas Aggies just playing it safe. Everyone's staying on their side of the map. No real aggressive invades just yet.
Very in play. I meant disciplined earlier tonight, and usually it was the lack of said discipline. This is kind of what we're talking about. Observe that half-court line, that Mason-Dixon line, that mid-path, the equator. Just don't pass it at a certain point in the game, right? 14 minutes is honestly a little early to be saying never be alone, but you're always under threat. Telekinesis not good enough. And so the Wraith will fall back.
Forcing that Billy out means that they're going to have a chance here at finding the double centers. Nebraska, though, very ready for it. They come in here, and Macro misses the Project Mind, falls down. And Texas Aggies have to look at their opportunity and back away.
Not that mad about it. You know, you think you've got an opportunity and you don't. And as long as you get out unscathed, you're like, okay, didn't work out, but we didn't get punished. On to the next one. And so you just shift out and find your prio. Right now it is farm. That is absolutely the call from both teams. Clear out the jungle. That's also one of the fun things, talking about our different brackets. We've got so many teams signed up here for College Deadlock. Thanks so much for being a part. And we've seeded our teams. We've got some different divisions now. And when you see some of the higher end squads, the fun thing is looking at how quickly the map has no jungle markers on it compared to some of the lower end games where those jungle markers stay up for a while. All of that, just being fastidious about your economy, so important. And it honestly is the core competency of being a better Deadlock player.
Yeah, mainly just a couple of tiers that take longer to clear out up on the map right now. And the Urn, once again, a priority here for Nebraska Esports. They're looking to get jumped, though, in between walkers on the way through. And comes in, and this is about to be the team fight. Affliction comes in. Ice Dome as well committed. Big opportunity here for Texas Aggies, but they can't find any kills off of it just yet. Stromo is isolated, but he survives through it and even manages to take Jonathan fairly low. Plague and PST gone down. 3 kills now for Nebraska, and they'll be able to take the Urn in short order as well. Fantastic mid-game fight. This is the kind of thing that breaks a game open.
Plus, McGinnis. Oh, McGinnis is out. Okay, Hayes was lurking. And I thought it was going to be kill number 4 onto Texas Aggies. Instead, just 3, but I say just. The Urn is in midfield. Lash is running away here as the Aggies are finally bouncing back, and they do get down Cloud, and an important answer because the Aggies just kind of got ramped up, and they had to say something else. McGinnis finds another one here. Stromo will sit down. Urn return. So all of a sudden, Nebraska, despite TuneCore doing it, everything else for the Aggies kind of coming up thumbs down. And Nebraska looking pretty good. I think they made 5K souls is not enough for me to start clapping hands about a big lead, but they're making moves. The fact that they lost their walker in the middle of this one, that negates the moves they're making. And Jonathan falls down as well.
Yeah, that walker was put under pressure very early on and just kind of never stopped for Texas Aggies. So while earlier on I was decrying how often teams just kind of push in for that walker and die for it, and this time you get it on pretty early for Texas Aggies. A good sign. Flex slot unlocked, but Nebraska get that exit kill. And as you say, it's 18 minutes and a fully even game here. These two teams are bringing it.
Totally expected. Again, we're lucky enough to have kind of run a couple of seasons here at College Deadlock, and we've got a chance to get to know these players. If you're in a Deadlock chat, you've seen Stromo. And it's cool seeing the community, and it's cool having a known entity. We knew this was going to be a barn burner again. Like, UNL, Aggies, they're here, and they improve every time they take the battlefield, it feels like. So here to keep on doing that. Again, we're going to return to our farm form, though. Right here, this might be a pick. That's what Paradox does best. Billy down half HP. Finds a little bit of crowd control as well. There's 2 members from the Aggies here. A hide behind the pillar. And Calico's going to look to find the corner, find the control, and Plague finds the kill off of the assist of, well, everybody. McGinnis in some trouble here as well. 2 players coalescing. And they're still chasing her. I don't know if that's the right choice. Looks like it is. TuneCore turned around. Cloud got killed by her twice. Cloud gets his revenge.
Yeah, there were 5 members of Texas Aggies on that jump for Stromo, so you knew that Encore was alone here. And a nice bag being given over to Hayes here. Sometime going to be reaping the fruits that he did not sow from Encore's farming. And that is a solid lead going on. You saw the lucky shot queued up there for Hayes. This is going to be a bit more their damage, definitely building more towards that rather than the utility path of things. And they need it right now. because
Yeah.
Macro's on 20k, Encore 22k despite losing that bag. So the farm for Texas Aggies is there, and Nebraska need to have an answer at some point, although they're doing quite fine in the souls department at the moment.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is it feel like if you turned off the souls, you might think that Nebraska were kind of really having a hard time, but able to kind of weather the storm here, and that really is just experience. Knowing how to spread the map, knowing how to lose gracefully in one place. Like, listen, you can lose lane and win game. You do not have to win every exchange. You just have to take out the patron at the end. So nobody's dying here. But it's still important for Bebop to just push the buttons, send packet packing, and they're out.
And what
Curious
comes
choice
next
here from the
is-
page.
Sorry?
I thought Paige was engaging there. I was like, this is curious.
Yeah, that would not be the play here against basically any member of Texas Aggies, but Skelly just going to make her way out. Left side Walker being pressured here from Nebraska. That'll be very quickly answered. This is a similar thing happening on the right side. Big engage coming out. Project Mind makes Macro try and back off, but it's Neptic coming in with the tag. Barely manages to get off the Shadow Transformation to avoid the Walker Stomp, and now things have really broken out in earnest. The Lash Slam into the Kelvin Dome. Now things are gummed up now. Can you find anything if you're Nebraska? Sometimes Stromo have already gone down, and the rest of the Aggies are coming in. They're taking your left Walker as well. Things are going from bad to worse, as now Neptic down, and everything is coming up good for the Aggies.
An all-out collapse here. Texas Aggies Maroon on the right side fought at a numbers disadvantage, and despite the fact that Nebraska had more players there and tied economy, they still lost the fight. The reason they were shorter, the reason the Aggies were shorter in numbers was because they were pushing the left side Walker 2v1, so they win both exchanges. But they're not supposed to win the right side fight, and they do anyway. Right side fight, left side fight, and mid boss, all for Texas A&M.
And no contest either from Nebraska. They know that they're down players, and they've got no ultimates to be able to take it either. So now, with 11k souls down and 3 rejuves to have to work through, Nebraska on the back foot. Earn being picked up here for Texas Aggies. That's that immediate momentum pressure. Try and take a fight while you're advantaged. That's the name of the game here in Deadlock. If you can pick off this Bebop, it could be big. Arctic with no backup except back at his Walker. That means that Macro will be able to force out this lane. Try and get some pressure coming into this. I mean, Nebraska might just have to give this up too.
Yeah, I don't think you fight this Earn. I mean, this one's always tough, right? You're like down just enough to be a little afraid, right? Like if it's a tie game, you defend. If they're up a zillion, you don't. Right here, like that 15 to 20 and 23, you're like, maybe we do, maybe we don't. But if we do, and we fail, ooh,
I see Lash.
the ramifications are huge. So it is a gamble play. And ultimately, I'm not that mad if you decide to keep your money in your pocket there. But the problem is, well, now that 15 to 20 maybe questionable lead, now it's ballooned, right? Now you're looking at a 20 to 25 to 30 lead. And now you've got to fight. Now you have to fight. So Texas A&M, they're going to go ahead and try to find some place to group up and push. And it looks like it might be over here in this right side Walker. Looks like it might be the target. But the Aggies feel like they're fishing for a pick. You can see the Paradox and the Calico and the Kelvin just kind of hanging out, waiting for somebody to step slightly out of bounds. So Wraith will walk up and push the lane, and the rest of the squad will join in and push this right side. And we'll see how it works out.
Yeah, Nebraska, though, know that Texas Aggies, this is the easiest objective for them to take. And so they bring all 6 of their members to catch that wave. And Aggies wisely back away, not having to dive under tower to find anything. And now just split back up. But you see the amount of pressure that the Aggies have just from this rejuve. They're able to go anywhere on the map that they please. And the lack of information from Nebraska, you don't have the wave states pushed out. You can't get the vision on the map to be able to see where these players are. You have to play so much more scared.
True.
And in addition to that meaning Aggies get all of your farm, it means you're also splitting these waves among practically your entire team and getting that soul disadvantage as well. So just a snowball coming in here for the Aggies. Catch attempt comes in onto Macro, but he's able to get out, and the Plague commits the Kelvin Dome as well. Very few opportunities here for Nebraska, but they managed to get a rejuve anyway.
Big. The Aggies are spread. 3 players are here, and 5 yellow jerseys. Immediately, Texas fall back. They lose one of their rejuves, and they get on out of there. Great call here from Texas Aggies, able to leave immediately, but they're still spread. So they don't want to take... They don't love this fight, but they're still down, I think. Billy gets chased out just a little bit. The Aggies leading just under 20K, but keep in mind, some of that is probably in the pocket. So not a raw 20K lead. This is something Nebraska wants to fight. They don't want to, but they can fight into it. That earn confirmed, picked up. The Calico will be running it to the left side. It is in enemy territory, so they'll have to be careful. And you can see the UNL team falling all the way back, and they're going to be all the way up. And they're going to fight this.
They have to. It's in their territory. They're down by this much. They can't allow it to go further. But the McGinnis wall blocks them out. They were racing their time, but it's not enough. Great play from Encore to confirm that soul lead going up even further for Texas Aggies. Now this right side's undefended.
Hook stopped by telekinesis. Love that one. Hyper Beam shows up, shooting all around, but the Walker still getting chipped down. Pause in the moment as the Bebop still looking to chase on down. Plague winds up falling. So it's a 1 for none. Mid-boss erased. As a result of the big team fight on right, the mid-boss, and a couple of push, after all said and done, Texas Aggies wind up earning themselves a 25,000 soul lead. Was at 15, so all that exchange, they're up 10 more K when they were before. So step by step is how we make it happen. And the Aggies are in control.
They're trying to find something, but Nebraska's had a great catch here, facilitated by Arctic on this Bebop. They managed to catch out the pocket. It gets the affliction off, but it's only onto the Bebop. So that'll be just kind of a free pick there onto the one doing the doubles. Macro still on the map, still making something happen. Another catch comes in here onto Encore. Can he get away? He's got the inhibitor online, but there's just so much damage, and a 1,600 bag. That's a 3,200 soul swing over to Nebraska Esports. They've even things up to 20K, and with 2 picks on the map, mid coming up in a minute 30. That's on the mind.
We can't do it just yet. They're thinking about those beans. No, they're thinking about mid Walker here. 4 players in mid. Right side pushed up by Bebop, left side being pushed up by Hayes, and she'll inevitably come lurking after the fact. Here she comes. And so the 4-on-5 fight in mid. Nebraska with the disadvantage here, but ready to bang. Rotation coming out from Wraith, and that's going to be problematic for Nebraska, but Encore already sitting down from before. So Nebraska here, ready to go. Hayes isn't, and Nebraska hears the raid call, and they bail. Great job of just bailing. And Hayes trying to fight this. Has some friends. Yamato shows up. Couldn't get the bait, though. And that's exactly coming into the pit of despair with my friends. No thank you, however, says the Aggies. Instead, the fight goes down underground, and Jonalie's able to take down Skeely. She'll sit down for about a minute. And as a result, Nebraska had a moment, but oh, it was fleeting.
Yeah, unfortunate exit kill there. I love just watching the map through that entire exchange. It was a macro battle of who could get information on where the others were and create a man advantage somewhere on the map. And in the end, Texas Aggies stalled for long enough and eventually even got this kill. And now they're waiting here as the mid-boss spawns. Nobody from Nebraska is ready for this. They're all on that right side Walker. No Page ultimate. The best they'll be able to get from this is that left side Walker. But this will be a second mid-boss, likely going the way of the Aggies.
Nebraska's here. 3 revives on the Aggies, and Macro's going to take down Arctic. Skeely's not here, remember. So there's 4 players up, 6 Texas Aggies with the Rejuvenator. sometimes taking down the Walker. So Nebraska's able to grab a Walker, but Aggies are able to grab everything else. Down goes Cloud. The right side is going to be the push here for the Texas Aggies. And they'll send the turret lady over to mid for some split push of her own. Wraith getting the jungle farm. And the Walker right side falls. Still not done with the push. 4 players from Texas on this right side, and they want this fight. If Nebraska dares come outside, Texas will answer the call. But Nebraska need to play this passively, and they will. And so these base Guardians slowly taken here. And what's your call, Soren? Shrine or go home?
Take shrines. You got 2 dead. You have a small window. You probably get just 1 shrine here, unless you can find some exit picks. Affliction comes in, and they do manage to catch Stromo, so that's another window of opportunity. 3 rejuves in the bag. There's not really anything else on the map to take. You might as well keep going. Try and find some more of these members. Sometime doing his best, but this is not that time. Not any time for Nebraska Esports. Ray comes in, not able to find enough damage onto anyone. Texas Aggies still have the dome up in case they fall low, but this is the time that they decide to back out. It will just be the 1 shrine. Maybe not. They're lurking around the edge of the base, waiting for something.
That's what they're looking for.
Out of position.
They're looking for the re-engage, and once Cloud goes down, didn't use the ultimate, by the way, that's the green light. The rest of Texas comes on in. They're tearing up this Yamato, but she's healing. Ain't no problem here. And Pocket gonna go ahead and fall down. Of course, there's the Rejuve. Of course, there's the Wraith. Of course, there's the Calico. And of course, there's the McGinnis. Another kill for Encore. Soren's favorite pick. And she's tearing up the battlefield. A giant lead here from Texas A&M. The Hidden King's going to get cut down at least halfway. And with 30 seconds on 2, Cloud will come up and have that lash ult. So it's time to go home and see another fight.
Throughout this entire exchange, I will point out this left side lane has been pushing up and gotten a shrine to about half through all of this just through the minion pressure. Sometime is the one who backed off of that lane. It maybe could have seen something happen there, at least forced a temporary back from the Aggies if we'd stayed to continue to pressure, but didn't end up happening. We didn't get the base race that all of us objective pushers long for. And so Texas Aggies coming out of that one looking pretty good. 36k soul lead, picking up some big items as they back because, I mean, they've been on the map active for so long that they've got plenty of souls in the pocket. And Nebraska here desperately need this earn on their side of the map.
UNL grouped up here for that. And they'll take it, and we will run it. In the hands of Arctic, Lash playing Scout, along with Hayes, and that's the right play. Hayes, a natural assassin. If you get caught out at this point, the 40k Hayes, you die. That's it. So right now, lurking in the jungle, looking for those 1v1, like, that's her job. Find Macro Jesus when he doesn't know you're there, pop, and then find the fight after the fact. That is sometimes entire job. Kill a guy and let the team fall through the cracks. Will it happen is a question mark, but it is worth noting. Look at that lead here. A&M, they've got one, but it's not gigantic, Soren. This is a game that Nebraska can play defense, fight into, maybe even come back, but it's got to happen outside the base, and it's got to happen soon.
Yeah, a 20k lead at 33 minutes is notable, but it's not the end of the world. With one fight, Nebraska can turn this around. The problem is that they've still got 2 walkers to work through. Even though they've got similar soul counts, their item choices are so much more limited because they don't have those 2 extra slots. And that certainly is a factor in these team fights. You see Bebop here is going to have to sell something. He's still got some tier 1s knocking around, but sell something to get the Cursed Relic, whereas a lot of these Aggies, no such constraints as they lurk around here looking for more picks. Just, I mean, the soul count's not that disparate. The Aggies' game state certainly is, but they've found a catch. Rescue Beam, excellent here from Plague in the Ice Dome as well to make sure that Encore makes it out and that there's no follow-up. Now the fight is done in earnest. John Lee under some pressure. Chain Gang comes in. Big heals from the McGinnis. Can they sustain through it? Plague's been caught out. The Refresher Dome not there. And Nebraska are turning this.
Unfortunate. Plague makes one of the nicest plays we've seen all night and gets rewarded with a punt in the face and 70 seconds on the bench. Pocket gets to sit down as well, and the rest of Nebraska, they're going to go ahead and, well, there's no one else to kill because they got their picks. And Texas Aggies, they have controlled it for a little bit. Half of the Patriot is dead for Nebraska. And here they are, not just showing signs of life, but actively fighting back, actively taking swings, and actively looking for the mid-boss. But Texas A&M
Aggies
are
are going
just going
left
to...
side, though. Hold on.
Yeah, they're just
If
going for the
Nebraska
truck.
commit to this, they will lose the game.
They're not. The big peel off here. The Aggies are going to go left side. No,
Might be too
they're
late.
not even aiming for it. They're going all the
McGinnis
way
and Rafe.
home. Calico is pushed here. 80% left on the Hidden King. We've got it down halfway. Nebraska's filtering in. They were too far. They were too late. They were too weak. And Texas stands up for game one.
And that's the danger of having your patron dropped. I mean, Cloud went out there. He recognized the danger to go that left side, but Encore was just too farmed on the McGinnis. Took the 1v1, nailed it, and the rest of the Aggies responded perfectly. They all crashed in that left side. Everyone shooting the patron, because if Nebraska get there and they manage to get two people in the pit for 2 seconds and activate that patron invulnerability, they've got a real shot at turning that one. But instead, Aggies will take game one. Encore, fantastic performance here on this McGinnis. Might have to ask for the build a bit later.
Yeah, really, really successful. Always just fun to see some of the lesser picked characters excel, but also excel because of the pick. Like sometimes you just pick the weirdo pick and you know, either mouse one, carry, whatever, and you're like, cool dude, thumbs up. But specifically, and maybe I should let you talk about this, McGinnis did McGinnis things to get her dub.
Absolutely. Won the lane, pushed objectives the entire time, took the farm, and a lot of these team fights, Encore wasn't even there. They were just allowed to farm up so much by the rest of how the Aggies were playing. But really came in late, and that objective pressure is what won them the game. So it was the perfect pick for this exact game. We take a look at the stats here, and Cloud did some large work on this lash. You saw him. That was the window of opportunity for Nebraska, was off of that death slam. A lot of damage as well, especially early on. But, I mean, this game was on one fight territory. It's just that Nebraska didn't quite manage their waves well enough to be able to take advantage of that one fight.
A little bit rough here, some things to work on, but ultimately a great start to our 2-game set. Obviously, we got more, but perhaps also obviously, after that, I need a drink. So give us a real quick break. We'll be right back with the conclusion to our series. You're watching College Deadlock.
things up. Prize!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles are lit. They walk in through the door, clad in silken robes. The lamps pursuit of power, fireworks and stars.
Texas A&M, University of Nebraska, Lincoln. One of the books already, and we will finish it right here, right now. Day one of college deadlock, new season. Kind of the same old song and dance here, Soren. These teams are good. We know they're good. We watched them last season, and we are eating just as good as we did last time.
Yeah, we were talking behind the scenes, just like how satisfying it is to watch two teams be good at deadlock. And multiple times, just like keeping your eye on the mini maps, seeing teams rotate. I mean, even the ending of that game was like, you're not ever going to get that unless you've got two good teams playing against each other. You're forced to play to the edge of your limits. You have to send 5 people for the mid boss, otherwise the other team can contest that and try and win out. But you also have to get your wave states because you just got backdoored. So, like, this is what we get into when we get into, like, 12 people in the lobby who know the game really well. And I'm excited to be here for the last game of the day. This is it. Texas A&M have already put one on the board, but there's still one game to play for Nebraska. Can they bring it back?
Yep. Don't forget, yes, it can be a tie. They can split it down the middle, but it's big picture. We do the whole season. You get points based on if you 2-0 or split. So if Texas A&M grab the second one, hooray, they get more points. So there it is. So we'll play our two-game set, and we'll see where everything lines up here. But watching good macro response is a caster's version of a Zen garden. Just watch it go up, watch the response, watch the shift, watch it go up, watch the response, and I'm happy. That's why we come here. Ban's out. No Shiv. No surprise. Banned out in game one. Don't want to see him. So he's banned here as well. You were talking earlier. We kind of working out in a tank meta type vibe, and Shiv punishes that. So thumbs up.
Yeah, and expect to see kind of the same thing here from Nebraska. Interesting, the teams have swapped sides, and Texas A&M kept the same ban, so Nebraska get their choice of which one to ban out. And they're going to take away the Yamato. I mean, after Neptic had a kind of rough early game, and so if they're not quite as confident in their Yamato play, they can at least take that one away from the Aggies and hope that they get either Billy or Abrams here on the backside. Abrams was the one banned away before, so you gotta wonder if Aggies want to repeat that one and give Stromo back his Billy. Looks like that will be the case. Abrams gonna come in.
The more and more I think about it, I think Abrams might be one of my favorite Deadlock characters. Not overwhelmingly flashy, especially with the world of Celeste and all the people that have come out, but just always serviceable. I always want a shoulder charge in my comp. I always want an Abrams ult. It's just always decent. And when you've got a good pilot, when you've got an aggressive player that knows how to lane with it, all of a sudden it's just a character that has a lot of versatility and can really shove people into lockers if piloted correctly. So I just think he's very dynamic and makes for interesting team fights. And I think Billy's in the same conversation, just able to group people up and make a lot of noise.
I will say, both of those are definitely the privilege of being behind the desk rather than behind the keyboard of the players, because you don't love being the guy who gets shoved into the locker by Billy or Abrams, but sure is fun to watch someone else take that pressure on. So Nebraska and Texas A&M each have their own little bullies, and Nebraska will pick up the Geist this time. Bit of a switch up from her going all the way to second ban phase.
I like the Geist. Geist is spooky, though. Geist is, I feel like, the difference between a good Geist player and somebody that needs to work on it a little bit is so razor thin, right? And it's a confidence pick. So I want to see UNL, be aggressive, but the right amount of aggressive. Billy's a good look to work with her, though. Some crowd control along the way. And then we've got the Pocket locked in here, and well, if Abrams is one of my favorite, Pocket, they might be one of my least. Just so obnoxious to play against and just a fantastic initiator. So 2 initiations on the Aggie side. I'm never going to say no to those drafts.
Yeah, Pocket definitely going to make good use of Nebraska's comp here. We noted the Affliction last time and how much it did in some of these team fights. Could have maybe had a little more impact. There wasn't really that one breakout play where we thought, yeah, this is why you picked the Pocket. But consistent value still there for the Aggies and going to come in again against the Geist, who, as you said, that is a character of playing on a knife's edge. You get down to low HP and one shot finishes you off, but also your ultimate's right there. The shiny thing in Bilbo. After all, why not? Why shouldn't I take more damage before using my ult? The answer is you get sniped by a Paradox Carbine from Aggies.
Selected.
It's the hard truth of it.
Yep. Second round bans after Lash locked in here for UNL. The Paradox across the way. Did well last time around. We saw one really super highlight reel play from the Paradox. And other than that, just solid inclusion into the team fights. Kind of similar to what you were saying about the Pocket, honestly, where you did it, but you're not necessarily on the highlight reel. So not mad at the reselection. The Kelvin banned out by the team playing Lash. Grass is green, water is wet. That's what you're supposed to do. You play Lash, you don't let him play Kelvin. That's what we do here.
All right, so you're on the water is wet side of that debate. Good to know.
Oh,
Continue
well,
on here. Are we gonna get into that one? We got time before the end of the draft.
ugh, I don't think we have time for it. I'm only here for 4 more hours. We have a Gone Mirage, so none of the Traveler. No, thank you. And the Wraith shows up one more time. Not going to complain.
Okay.
Late game carries. We saw her a lot in the first match, and now making her appearance here in the second.
Yeah, the takeaway from Macro on the A&M side. He's used that one as a comfort hero a lot of the time. Kelvin also gone. So Aggies now have to decide if they want to essentially pick up just worse versions of that with like a Warden and Page here, or if they want to switch things up entirely and really show us their flexibility here, because that is one thing that I want to see from Texas A&M. What happens now that your comfort has been taken out, and it's going to be the Mina instead.
Ooh.
A serviceable carry, but not nearly as late game as the Aggies wanted to fight last time.
Which is revealing. I think you look at the Wraith across the way and you say, all right, y'all want to go real late? We don't. Give me Mina, and we'll end it. We'll end it before you get there, right? Like that is part of the that is part of the idea. Your win condition just peaking earlier than your opponents. And did you pay somebody off today, Soren? Like, do we gotta check your transaction history? He's pulling up the PayPal right now. For the second time tonight, Soren's favorite character of McGinnis shows up from out of nowhere. This is a character that really doesn't get played that much. And not only did she get played, she did well. And now she's here again, so you can't complain about it. Great pick.
Yeah, Encore, a little light on the data side from what I had when I was doing research before this. Wraith and Mirage were the only 2 characters that I saw they really played a decent amount of. Both those gone in both games before they could get to it, and so apparently McGinnis, another comfort pick. And one thing a lot of us McGinnis players do is play a lot of McGinnis. If you play her, you've probably got a couple hundred games, so that picked up for Aggies. Seemed really solid on that, honestly. Couldn't point out any noticeable flaws, and so Nebraska now have to find an answer to what Aggies were doing in the last game, and that's going to be with the Holiday here. I think this is a really good comp coming out from Nebraska Esports so far. The Billy Chain Gang is going to be so helpful against this Mina, one of the only tool in the game that can shut down both avenues of escape that a Mina has. And you've got plenty of late game damage to do your team fight, your pick. I think the only thing they're missing is like a hard support for Arctic. I want to see if they're going to pick that up here with their 6th pick. There's the Dynamo.
So one of the beautiful things about Deadlock is that the compositional requirements are so much more lax compared to literally every single other MOBA, right? Like you don't need to run the POTS 1 through, you don't need to run the one of every archetype. You can run we saw 5 carries win earlier, so like you could totally do that. And there are better but when they do go kind of just like classic MOBA, it does scratch my brain a little bit. Like how nice. We've got the hard carry, we've got the second carry, we've got the initiator, we've got the tertiary carry, we've got the supplemental control, we've got the big man, big X ult from Dynamo. Like this is what you studied in MOBA 101. So not necessarily the end all be all. They might not have even won the draft, but I like when I see one of everything kind of represented. Feels well-rounded. And so the Aggies have to run into it. They've got some front line. They've got some initiation. They've got some control. And they've got whatever Nebraska's bringing too. So that last ult, mine. That black hole, mine. Sinclair's tough to play. But when he shows up, he shows up. So I'm here for a show.
This is a really big Sinclair game for the Aggies. You've got some of the best ults in the game to copy. You've got the Black Hole, as you called it, the Lash Ultimate. And then sneakily, you've got Billy Chain Gang coming in there as well. There's a secret hidden tech where you can TP with the assistant while you've got the Chain Gang active and drag people a really long ways away. So I want to see if that tech's going to come out here, but I'm liking this from the Aggies. Both sides are bringing some heaters here. I think Aggies win it out just slightly in terms of like raw hero value. But Nebraska have, as you said, a nice front-to-back lineup here. And if they can coordinate on some of these big ultimates, they can really find their stride. And if you can get this Wraith and Geist carry, you're gonna have a great time past 30 minutes.
I do agree with you. For a second, I was like, oh, he's just being biased because of the McGinnis, but I actually do agree with you. I like how kind of quintessentially all-rounded UNL's team is, as I said before, but real talk, if we think about the interactions between individual characters, and at the end of the day, what the Aggies are bringing is more disjointed, right? Nebraska has their song on the chart. They want to hit this button, then this button, then this button, then this button, and they hope the song comes out good. The Aggies are playing jazz. They can go in with a number of different initiations. They can follow up after the fact. They really can find a bunch of different approaches. And having that curveball, honestly, the knuckleball of Sinclair as well, just really keeping everybody on their back foot, sometimes even your team, like, that is going to be very, very fun because they just have a lot of tools. And so ultimately, this is up to the Aggies to be able to really have fun. Real talk. It's up to the Aggies to be creative about how they find their victories. And Nebraska, it's a little bit more cut and dry, but they still got to find that victory. Game 2. Let's get it.
See it happen. Early pressure here from Plague on the Abrams, taking the transition away from the support role to a bit more of a front liner. You see how these lanes shake out. It's going to be the same mid lane this time. Gigabyte and Encore repeating their performance. An encore, if you will, in that mid lane, going up against the heavy spirit poke of Geist and Holiday. But we've got some action here over on the right side. Mina takes an early parry. He goes down. Arctic now in trouble as well, but he's got some support from the Billy. We do some classic NA burger boxing.
Hey, there it is. One more. Does it. Neptic puts down the Whisper. You like that? Whisper for psst.
Yeah, nice.
Is that good? Chat?
Thanks.
I
Only
like my time
tell
zone
me if it
jokes
was
better
good.
personally, but hey.
Oh, I like that. That's a pretty Pacific joke.
Yeah. I thought it was pretty standard personally, but, you know, right twice a day.
Man, you really one-upped me there. I got nothing. That was good.
Bad puns are my thing.
Look at him. Oh, now I know. Right side. Trouble for Billy again, though. You really weren't kidding. This is a burger brawl. This time around, the Sinclair gets the answer. And so it's able to get not just one, but two. Arctic falling down here, so it's a rumble in the jungle. Why are we fighting so much, man? Hit your troopers.
It's pre 2 minutes. You've got no boxes to go and take, and so the only souls that I see are the ones in your pocket. Give them here.
No boxes. Must box.
Yes.
Small
I'm
camp
here to
being
take
assaulted
boxes
here.
and use these boxing gloves, and I'm all out of boxes.
And Nebraska's out of small camps. Great job. And all jokes aside, that's the answer to the question. Why are you fighting? So that you can flame and go ahead and steal the smalls. That is your goal at this point in the game. Later on, that extends into boxes, and of course at 8, that extends into sinners, and it really, that's why you're looking for lane presence. Like I said, you don't need the kills. You'll take them. But you just need the space and the pressure to get the souls from all the little statues, boxes, campers, etc. So finding that pressure is the goal. And outside of mid lane, looks like we've got even pressure on left and right. So mid, though, McGinnis providing said pressure, no surprise. Wraith getting early active and maybe shouldn't. There's friends here. One more shot will do it. Pocket can't find the crosshair. Pocket falls down finally. As Cloud gets the last hit, Wraith couldn't get it. And the Abrams in some trouble here.
And the follow-up. Great moves here from Plague. Able to get away, use that passive regen. Looks like it got a medic creep as well. He'll be able to survive on 1 HP, but as you said, these small camps are the goal. And they are the gold as they come out here. Nebraska Esports with great laning so far. That mid lane, as you said, getting pressured up by the McGinnis. Stromo is taking a beating in that lane, but as soon as he gets his ult online, that'll change things around. Shoulder charge from the Abrams. Trying to turn things around. Big damage here from Pocket, and Cloud goes down.
Important play. Left side still hitting that gas pedal. Wraith is going to be behind the Guardian. She needs to be here for the farm. She needs to be present. But she's getting threatened. And all of a sudden, Holiday runs into the Abrams. This is an advantageous matchup for Abrams in all honesty, but he's on the wrong side of the map. And so intelligently he walks away knowing, I might win the duel, but I'm going to lose the fight after the fact. And Neptic continuing to be a nuisance and making sure Macro Jesus can't reach that devastating Mina mid-game.
Can I just, like, step in and be Encore? Because, like, he just got a 4.5-minute Guardian. He is living out the McGinnis dream right now. Like, that is insane pressure. And it's facilitated partially by Skelly rotating over left to try and deal with this Abrams. But I feel like almost that was a, okay, my Guardian's going down anyway. I might as well do something elsewhere.
Agreed. Yeah, you just...
I see Holiday.
Yeah. Breaking out over these buffs.
You just call that one. Mina ults out. Nothing doing. And the left side is going to be Agreston. Answered the call has been Holiday. Wraith is here too. The rest of them are yellow jerseys. And there's Skeely getting her kill. Do not step to my Guardian. That's how you do it. I wanted to talk about this Holiday, and now she's making me. Good Bath, and Cloud finishes it. I think this Holiday is the linchpin to this Nebraska draft, and I'm not kidding. I really think that a lot of this game is going to be played through there.
All right. Well, let's see it then. No Holiday Lasso yet. Skelly so far falling behind in the soul count, but now we're going to see what else can happen as Pacifist gets on the black hole. No time inside that one, but he goes down very low to do so. Neptic also low here for Nebraska Esports. It'll be the Sinclair picked out first. Nebraska fighting back where they can. They may have lost a Guardian, but they are not out of this just yet. Stromo now in the mid lane, trying to farm up as much as he can on that Lady Geist. And the left side seems to be the one where everyone's bringing the heat. Here on the right side, Billy just trying to do his best. Neptic making up for last game.
A little bit of a push. Halfway done with the Guardian on right side. Mina didn't die, but got pushed back to base. So she had to speed boost her way back. Like I said, halfway done with that Guardian. Everybody else comfortable. Except for, you know, the lane across from McGinnis. That's destroyed. Cloud gets another kill. Oh, man. Lash has been active early. Big play here from Mina. Running in the air. Billy's going to find something, but both of them are low. Who's got friends is the question. And it's Mina. The answer from the outside puts Neptic onto the outside. And now you've got a 3-man push from the Aggies onto the right lane. And the mid lane, well, it's still McGinnis. So it's all about the right lane. Fight goes to the Aggies. 2 players in the ground. And the Guardian will be answered, so not taking out this one half as well. Wow. Great defense on the right side of the map from both teams.
Yeah, and crucially, Stromo not able to get off that Geist ult, the Essence swap. Left to rot. But now both teams will be able to come back in onto their struggle lanes. The Guardian doesn't fall for Nebraska. And on this left side, Abrams is able to hold out long enough, force some backup to come in the form of Encore. 6.8k on this McGinnis. Needs to find the damage now onto someone. Sometime, even. Stabilize.
Guardian falls. A big commit there from Nebraska. Just a Guardian, but they wanted to be able to rotate a little bit more, less problematically, I suppose. Big Cloud, that's the punish. You've had too much success. Big punch and follow-up from the McGinnis, and another one. Big punch and the follow-up from McGinnis here. Plague on the Abrams getting the last hit. Will contribute to the overall. Out the Guardian. Did he steal that from his teammate? And just goes ahead, and the Aggies make the first stride of the game.
Abrams is a big boy. He needs his protein. He needs a bit of a meal in between work. But yeah, Cloud
Honestly,
just
same.
executed there. There was a warrant out for his arrest, and it was served. In to try and save McGinnis, make sure she gets away just fine. And yeah, now as things start to settle, it is Texas Aggies with 2 Guardians remaining to Nebraska's 1, and very low health, mind you. And so Nebraska falling just a slight bit behind here, but very winnable. He'll even come in here to make that Guardian count even. Alright. Side up, and that means so much more space for Nebraska to be able to take. Still 3 Sinners up on their side of the map as we get into the fights. No time to farm. Here comes the Black Hole! Following up on the Death Slam, and that is 2 free kills. Plague and Encore down immediately.
There were 2 members of the Aggies lurking in the jungle. Pretty sure they were grabbing Sinners. And if they had responded to that, maybe. But the props I want to give to Cloud is just how quickly it happened. He's fat.
Yeah.
He knows it. He shows up. Oh, down. Out. And out. No link. Just did my job. Peace. It's exactly what you want. Cloud does an excellent job, and as a result, he is the lobby leader. 10 minutes hit. And we'll start shifting out of the laning phase into the brawling phase. Mid lane is where we will do it. Guardian falls as Encore still split pushing. But guess what? Gigabyte's got 2 different players underneath him. Skeely and Cloud wind up falling. Okay.
I just had to flex on him.
Yep.
Show me good.
Just do it. I can. Just letting you know. And the urn.
That'll be the
grabbed.
urn picked up for Aggies. Yep. Trying to make use of that temporary space advantage. They got to push out this right side, but McGinnis is exactly the hero to do it. As you will be down a lot of crucial ultimates here for Nebraska Esports to take this fight. You'll just have the lasso and the chain gang to start things off, and maybe Shromo gets a second health bar somewhere in there. So Aggies going to take up on their lead. Nebraska trying to find something in return. There comes the lasso, but it's Skelly who's the one to try and to fall down in the HP, and a bunny. Urn turned in. This is looking very good for the Aggies.
Encore pick it up where he left off game 1. Pushing and smushing faces. Walk lane, killing troopers, and anybody that has the audacity to show up just gets beat up. Very, very strong play coming from the Encore. And again, just for the 3rd time tonight, it's fun watching the oddball picks. Play what you're good at and bring it out. And you might find that victory. Game 1 certainly went in that direction. Game 2, still a lot of deadlock to be played, but Soren is 12 minutes in, and we already have a 10K soul lead here for the Aggies. This is enough space to start looking for more audacious invades, and well, you don't want this. 2 dead, unanswered, and Abrams might be 3. He will. Never mind.
Nebraska with a fantastic advantage fight there. They brought, I think it was 5 of their members to bear in that little skirmish, and Texas Aggies just not quite able to rotate fast enough. That is a weakness of something like the McGinnis. You know, called out in game 1 how the rest of the team was enabling Encore to farm up a storm. You got if you start a fight and then realize that you need your McGinnis, she's not that quick to the fight a lot of the time. Just 2 stamina, unless you pick up something like the kinetic dash, which Encore has.
Keep your eyes on Lash.
And no real movement abilities to get you there. So you gotta have your McGinnis in the right place, and that time just not quite there. So Nebraska start to even things up. Now we're down to a 4K soul lead.
Let's go yellow.
As the Texas Aggies feel like they have to group up just to go to the bathroom here and buy some items.
Yeah, that's one of the things about McGinnis is that she demands a response, and she's not a great responder, right? Very interesting, very fun design as a result. Mid lane and left side is where we see a concentration of Aggies. And it will be the mid lane Walker that gets pressed. It's 3-on-2, so not an overwhelming advantage, but still. Yellow's the top card, and Billy's trying to turn that around. Chain Gang is good. And they're able to get out of there, and Billy's happy. That is a victory for Billy. Trade the ult to shove 3 players off of your Walker. W.
Gives Nebraska some time to come out and try and claim some farm. The doubles there respawned at 14 minutes. And Nebraska, not sure if it's because they've been taking their farm or because the Aggies have. That's an unfortunate miss there and some frustration from sometimes.
Yep.
I feel you, man. That's a tough one to hit sometimes, but Not a whole lot of farm on the blue side of the map right now. Texas Aggies, I believe, have been making some pushes to try and claim that. As we see more centers starting to respawn. This is a time where you can start to flex that macro advantage. Get on the right people at the right time, and you can get a soul lead from these centers. Or from these buffs that are about to spawn.
Lash is in the middle of everybody. This is dangerous for the man. It almost feels... But here's the thing, and I'm laughing at this, because Lash is being so ridiculous right now that if I'm the Aggies, I'm like, don't follow him. The entire team's waiting. He's baiting us. But if you looked at the map, he wasn't! So the Aggies could have absolutely gone in. Instead, they choose to play it safe. Right call, for what it's worth. And Mina gets chased out. Dynamo does some damage, but she doesn't fall, so... Head back to base. Heal up. And return to form. Soren left side, Geist and Pocket. Or Holiday, excuse me.
Let's go blue.
Well, just a quick shove up there, and now we're entering the real fight as we come over onto the right side where the Urn has spawned. Cloud taken down early. Encore now on 18k. Gonna be tough to deal with this McGinnis. Especially with an Abrams bodyguard there. They're getting in the damage, but the tier 3 Spectre does so much healing. Skelly's taken down as well. That'll be Aggies taking control of this Urn and extending their lead by a little bit as well. They've just got a Wraith to work past if they want to try and work down this right side walker, which they do because they've got pressure on mid as well. The fight coming in on all sides for Nebraska. They've got to find somewhere to respond, and it's Neptic who finds one. The Magician taken down, and this mid walker defended. Right side as well, held onto by some time, but the Urn is slipping by unchecked, and that'll be where Aggies find their advantage.
Man, before we were kind of just having so much excitement over macro, and oh, Holiday is here. Doesn't matter. Neptic finds one, and Shromo finds a walker, so it's not a free Urn, but I really, really, really liked the play there. Push up mid, demand a response. PS, we've got a secret guy getting Urn. Even if we don't get the walker, we still win. Yeah, that's how you force the opponent to make the impossible decision.
But it's also how you spread yourself so thin that you lose a walker like that. Like, it is great play, but as
True.
we say anytime in a MOBA, if you're doing one thing, it means the enemy can do another. And you have to have fantastic wave management to allow nothing on any of the 3 lanes at any time. So, a risky play, and it works out about even. So you're not really unhappy with that if you're Texas Aggies, but you also know that Nebraska had to play really well to survive that. And Neptic in particular with a heroic defensive mid-walker.
Absolutely a moment where the Aggies... So this is a mental check. The Aggies could leave that and be like, man, we should have been so... After that Urn, we should have had such a larger lead, but we let them get too much back. And that's true. But you still wound up net positive, right? Like, it's not as much as you should have gotten, but you still wound up net positive. And a lot of times, teams will become tilted off of that. Never let great be the opponent of good. If it was good, it was fine, right? Next time, do it better. Absolutely. But you're still here. You still have a slight lead. And on the other side for Nebraska, it's the opposite. You're feeling good about this. You're like, hey, man, they're kind of beating us up a little bit. But it feels like they should be way more up than they are right now. For all intents and purposes, this is a tie game. And Nebraska feel very confident, ready to go in. It becomes about the individuals. Shromo's got 20K. She's ready to go. Let's fight.
Matched here by Macro on this Mina. And a lot of damage, but taking a lot in return. This guy does hit heavy. And Mina will have to beat a hasty retreat. As Aggies do have lane prio in all 3 lanes, they just don't really have much to do with it at the moment. The Urn is gone, mid-boss not really up for the taking yet, and all the farms out. So the question that really takes a good team like these two to one of the greats is, how do you plan when there's nothing on the map? Can you roam around as a team and find these picks and find them well? Right now, John Lee is trying to make something happen, but Cloud is just able to get out pretty safe. And nothing really comes of it, and so Aggies and Nebraska both searching for something to do with their souls and not really finding much.
fun deadlock is that at various points of the game, it's not always about doing the right thing. Sometimes it's about not doing the wrong thing. That's where we are right now. Like, what's the right thing to do? Like you just discussed. I mean, we're going to just farm and wait, right? But there are certainly things you can't do. Don't be by yourself past midfield. You know what I mean? And it becomes about finding these mistakes. So Nebraska and Texas playing very well and making sure not to fall into these pitfalls and get in trouble.
Little
You
scuffle
can see the
here.
calls right here.
Yeah, both teams
Mina's on
setting
top
up
and
for these
everybody's
grid
aware.
buffs. Fairly
spawn right
calm
now.
take here, I think. Yep, it'll be one aside. I believe that was Skelly picking up the gun buff there for Nebraska, and they're going to take that immediately and go over to mid, try and find a lasso. Doesn't connect onto the pocket. But the black hole certainly does, and that's a pick onto Johnny, and the urn picked up as well for Nebraska. They've just got to get over to these side lanes, make sure they don't lose a walker for this. And if things continue to go good for them, we are past the 20-minute mark. Mid-boss starts to become a thought, but you got to get there first. Find a little more.
Sinclair and Docs over by the urns. Okay. Free urn for Nebraska Esports, keeping this tied. Texas, despite falling down there once or twice, they actually found themselves getting that little bit of a lead back, maybe 10K up, and just like that, urn, see you later. Now we've got a fight defending on the right-hand side. Paradox by herself. 3 players in blue jerseys walking down the field, and Sinclair will show up to play defense, but with Lash and Wraith and Holiday here, that's a tall order, but still it's enough. And Nebraska are going to go ahead and retreat. The side of Sinclair, just enough to send them packing. But now he's getting in trouble, so he's gone.
Yeah, both sides there pressing a walker and then backing off despite having a man advantage. The left side, Neptic stalled out for just long enough for Arctic to come in. It does eventually give his life in defense with the left walker. But that is where Aggies are trying to put on pressure to make up for that lost turn, and they don't quite find anything besides the one kill, so positive trade. And now, trying to make more of it are the Aggies. They find out sometime, but he's got the telekinesis to be able to get away, and nothing coming of the Sinclair either. So both sides trying to find something. They are putting good pressure on the map. It's just the defense is too good. Actually, a slight hole here found by Blake. He goes in and manages to take a walker.
Very important. Very important tip. Yeah. Obviously some raw soulage, but the item slots. Stromo finds Encore, and Mina's still here. Yeah, that's going to be big. A minute down for the McGinnis player. Mina's on the run. If Mina falls down as well, but she won't. So now we're talking about. 2 players down is enough at this point in time for Nebraska to start sniffing around, and if not all out going for the mid, feigning a fight somehow, right? But without that secondary pick, you really do not have the space to do much of any of it. And so Nebraska have done an extremely good job of staying relevant, finding these off picks every now and then. And although the takedown of Encore or Soren wasn't enough to like have them find a new objective, it was enough for, again, to re-tie. I feel like they've tied the game up multiple times.
Mid-boss now. Yeah, but this is their chance to really break out. They've caught Aggies a little unawares. Maybe could have gone for this earlier when they had the lane prio, as there is now an opportunity for some of these players to come in and contest. We'll see if it happens. The Dynamo Black Hole, though, locks everybody down, and Nebraska Esports will take all 3 rejuves and a couple of kills to back it up. The Whisper himself, going very low, but he's got the assistant to get out. Played so lucky. John, a big affliction, but that's not going to be enough. He trades out his life for it. And you might not have waves, but you certainly got the time to get them now if you are Nebraska Esports. An important moment in the game there.
Insane confidence. Insane confidence. That's a call where you just ask your team, you ready to fight? It's a tie game, and they've been bullying us a little bit. do you believe in yourself? Like, you just have one of those Braveheart moments, like, do you believe you can make it happen? Because it's a tie game. You don't, like you said, you don't even have wave pressure. There was nothing that gave them an advantage. They just decided to take the fight. They decided to win the fight. They decided to grab the rejuve, and now they're deciding to push this mid-lane Walker. Stromo falls down, but has the revive quite obviously. Here's the response from Texas A&M. Dynamo's not here. Dynamo doesn't have an ult after that, so maybe less important. However, the rest of the team is here, and they're ready to bang. Trouble for the Wraith. She's silenced and pushed out. 80% HP on her, and she's still ready to go. Mina all the way down, critical, and sometime is brought down. That's huge. Now, Macro doesn't have the revive, so it's a W for Nebraska still, as two members sit down. Encore takes out the Wraith. Boy, they were targeting her. And that's an important takedown. Stromo still available. And Neptic makes it happen. That should be the rest of the dominoes here. Fantastic job by Nebraska to just withstand this. Sometime was the carry. Texas A&M were able to kind of stem the bleeding because they stared at Sometime. That was the target they needed. They killed her 3 separate times, I think. And it still wasn't enough. Nebraska win the fight. They take the Walker. And then they bail. Great use of the mid buff.
Yeah, it worked out for them, but I do feel that that was an overly risky play. I've said how many times I've watched a team take a lead and then throw it away at the altar of mid-walker. I felt like that was going to happen there, but just a little bit more damage than the Aggies were anticipating. Great work from Nebraska, not just fighting straight up into the Walker, but going around it to find some of those picks. That was where they excelled, is when they got away from the Walker and they could actually use their rejuve advantage. Despite the whole thing starting off with Stromo getting pulled under it.
I mean, that's the vibe of the game right now. We're just Gamba. 149 all. We have the exact amount of souls. Let's do mid boss. See what happens.
Now we
did it.
They did have the better mid boss comp. I think that was what they called out, is that we've got Black Hole, we've got Death Slam. Let's just try it. Because Aggies don't have a whole lot of mid boss ultimates aside from like the Affliction. And that's about it.
They do have Sinclair to do the same thing back, you know? But Lasso in trouble. Which is good. Great heads-up play there by Nebraska. They've been flipping coins, and everything's coming up Millhouse. The Aggies are grouped up on the right-hand side, and Nebraska's spread. If the Aggies make a play, this is going to be where it is. And the response to Nebraska is delayed, but it is here. Lash outside the fight on the right, and Holiday outside the fight on the north. So you've got a 5-on-4, and it's enough. The trade sometime goes down. That's the carry. And Pleak falls, but he's not. So with Nebraska's carry out, Texas sort of gained control of this team fight. And they're absolutely looking for more since they're down. Pocket's Affliction comes out. That'll send Billy in the other direction. But here comes literally every other button. Stomp and the Quantum Entanglement gets Big Man out, and Neptic finds the kill onto Mina, who is a threat. That was the Aggies' moment. They stayed too long. Now they're getting into some trouble as Arctic takes down Gigabyte. Encore found some victories, but falls down as well. 4 in a row for a streak for Arctic as well. And Nebraska flirted with failure, but ultimately they are big chillin'. 30,000 souls up, and 2 minutes shy of a half hour. Nebraska Esports have control of the game and are pushing the final Walker on the enemy side of the map.
It looked a little hairy in that fight at times. Magician copied the Dynamo ult, but didn't really find a whole lot off of it. They did get Stromo, but it was just a one man to confirm that kill. And it started off well for them, right? They took out Sometime. That's your damage, you think. But Nebraska don't really have a hard carry in this comp right now. I mean, hero-wise, yes, Stromo and Sometime should be the consistent damage that you're looking for, but they've spread out the souls so much. Neptic, 36k, Cloud, 34. Arctic even is putting in good damage in these fights. Like, there is no single player that you take out and suddenly the comp falls apart. Now, normally, I don't like that a whole lot, because if one team does it and the other doesn't, you often find that, a 50k Wraith is able to carry the game a lot better than before 30K players can. But in this case, Texas Aggies also don't have a hard carry in their comp, and so Nebraska would spread things out a bit more and make it so that they don't have an Achilles heel. And they're able to just take that team fight through better individual play. And so now they're up to 30K. Mid-boss is up in 50 seconds. You're up 2 walkers. This feels a lot like the position the Aggies had in Game 1. So Nebraska get to show us how they can close out a game, and Aggies get to show us how they play time. Otherwise, this is one miss on the Project Mind, and that's sometime down.
I see Dynamo.
Rough, as a dog would say. Aggies concentrated. Nebraska spread. Mid-boss respawns. And the Aggies are going to go ahead and look for it. They are down. This is their moment. But again, Nebraska won the fight last time. Kind of ready to go. If I'm Nebraska, I'm showing up. And I think all 12 players in the lobby know it. Lash is outside knocking on the door. But if you're the Aggies, this isn't the final end-all, be-all moment, but you want to make this happen. Lash shows up, and he wants to make this happen. Groups up a whole bunch of them and tosses them to the wayside. Neptic, Cloud, Arctic, and the double for Nectic after the fact. All 6 Aggies sit down. Mid-boss belongs to UNL. They got their stuff, and they are looking for the base.
And the It's About Time poster for Neptic, poetic, as that's basically going to be the end of the game here. It's Nebraska Esports still have to push the base, still have to down the patron once, and Aggies will be able to come back in, but that is the backbreaker there. Nebraska go from a winning position to 3 rejuves up in 40K, and an earn coming in, base about to be pushed, 30 seconds for all of the Aggies to come back up. Just fantastic focus there. Cloud comes in with the unstoppable, and the Aggies aren't able to spread out enough to avoid the Death Slam. Neptic follows it up with the Chain Gang, and Bob's your uncle. Nebraska, with the amount of damage that they have in that tight corridor, are just able to take a full team wipe there, and Aggies caught a little unawares.
Both shrines down for the count. UNL looking up. And here's the patron. The respawns from the Aggies will come out. Mina up top. Nobody's looking at her, so she's able to find a little bit of damage here. Neptic is very low, and he's been the catalyst for a lot of these fights. So he's down, but he's not out. Rejuve charge 1. Nebraska started the retreat, but they're back in it. Big ultimate from Arctic. The whole team gets caught. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Nebraska win.
Congratulations, Count Dracula. You got yourself a successful game. Count Dracula. Count. What's the Sesame Street character? I'm blanking. But Nebraska Esports are not, as they come up big. 2 fights in a row, 2 team fights. And it'll be 1-1. Nebraska striking back and showing that they can, in fact, close this out.
There's my favorite jazz singer.
And close things out efficiently, too. When it comes to, like, one of the things when you think about, when you talk about, like, getting good at coordinated team play MOBA, ending the game is one of the harder things to learn. Ending the game efficiently and watching the team just say, here's our plan, we execute. And then that secondary push, man, that was just theater. Nebraska was like, all right, we did our thing, let's peel out, but wait, we have Black Hole. Wait for them to try to punish us and then win the game. Loved it. So much fun.
Fantastic. And Neptic and Cloud are going to be the Deadlock selected MVPs of this match, and they certainly put in a performance here. Neptic, how many times did we call him coming in and at the late stages of a fight, finding some melees and getting things done? Cloud as well, some fantastic initiation. But for me, my MVP this match has to be Arctic. Like, how many impactful black holes did we see from him in this game that, we've seen how Dynamo can fall flat today. Did not happen for Arctic. Had the black holes, had the damage as well, and kept his team in the game.
I don't think Dynamo's ever been flat. He's pretty round. But I'm here for it too, man. 26 assists on the big boy. Dynamo absolutely coming out playing to win, strong black holes. You're absolutely right. What a dynamic performance from him, no pun intended. But ultimately, you know, what's fun about it is that, like, a lot of times I refer to the crowd controllers on the team as the rhythm section, like the guitar, the drums, and the bass for the carries to do the lead sing. And this rhythm section was in the pocket. Cloud to Neptic to Arctic. Yeah. Skeely, Shromo, and sometime, like, this is one of those games that as a core player, as a carry player, you sit here and you go, thank you for making my game easier. You know, like, you just say, thank you for making my game easier, because all I had to do was my job, and you guys just facilitated. I showed up and there was someone to shoot. And this is one of those games that you say, thank you. Thank you to your supports. Absolutely fantastic crowd control from the boys. Very, very fun to watch from both sides. This was a great way to start off our season, man. Texas A&M versus UNL gave us the good stuff.
Yeah, and they will continue to do so throughout the season. This is just week 1. And up here in Group 1, there's a lot of solid teams who can deliver this type of performance. Everyone up here is higher in the ranks of Deadlock, Eternus, Ascendant at least. And so high-quality gameplay is assured here on broadcast anytime that we bring you these matches. There are plenty more to come, so don't forget to follow all of our socials. You're seeing the Twitch right here. You can go ahead and follow us on Twitter, formerly known as X, formerly known as Twitter, and make sure you keep up to date with everything that we've got going on and see us throughout the season.
And if you're a player, and if you're on campus and your school isn't involved, get involved. The Discord link is on our Twitter. You can go ahead and jump on in, because, I mean, at the end of the day, without you, we'd just be us. There's no college deadlock without college deadlockers. So we're having a blast. Thank you so much. This is the beginning of our second season, but it's the end of today's broadcast. So we'll see you next time. For Soren, myself, everybody behind the scenes, because it does take a village, and of course the players, thank you so much for hanging out. Peace and much love to you.
In time, all men die. The gun just speeds things up. Pride!
There's my favorite jazz singer.
Candles